Hello guys, before we begin the Crazy Bunch's web show episode number 74, I want to show you something from this 1989 magazine in honor tribute to Angela Lansbury, okay? And it says this, okay? Facing facts about Murder, She Wrote, okay? It's from my grandma Craig, who got me this in the time. From the 1989 magazine. She passed away in 1990 of January, so let's just read it now. Anyway, facing facts. Murder, She Wrote's Angela Lansbury spent some 20 years as a supporting player in the movies before becoming a lead lady on Broadway with the musical Mame in 1966, okay? Even then, she still couldn't get leading parts in the movies. People thought I was overweight, which I wasn't, okay? I weighed some 147 pounds for years and years. People thought I was fat because I was having this round face. And I think it was a round face that defeated me as an actress, said Lansbury, now 64. Now, she was according to that passing, according to that 97-year-old, over 97-year-old actress. Well, 97 by the time she will be 97 at the time of her death right now. But anyway, I was 40 and doing Mame. And 40 years old actresses don't have a chance. Wow. Nowadays, most of the women in Hollywood were successful in their 40s, and I was just mess. So that's basically it in this magazine. Now, without further ado, let's just do the Crazy Bunch's web show right now. Let's go, shall we? See what we got for us. Let's begin indeed. Hello people, Sue Jerry speaking. Welcome to Crazy Bunch's web show episode number 74. And today we're doing not one, not two, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8. It says 17 depth topics, along with 2 more topics to read. And then fun facts of the week topic. So let's just read it now. Let's get, shall we? See what we got for us. Bill Russell, okay? Born William Farron Russell. He was an American professional basketball player who was playing in the center of the Boston Celtics, okay? Of the National Basketball Association, NBA for short. From 1956 until 1969, okay? 5-time NBA Most Valuable Player, MVP for short, and a 12-time NBA All-Star. He was a centerpiece of the Celtics dynasty that won 11 NBA championships during his 13-year career. Russell and Henry Richard of the National Hockey League are tied with the record for the most championships won by an athlete in the North American Sports League. Russell is widely considered to be one of the greatest players and basketball players in history, okay? He was the San Francisco Dons, okay? To consider NCAA championships from 1955 until 1956. Captured captain of the gold medal win U.S. national basketball team in the 1956 Summer Olympics. Okay, makes sense anyway. Despite his limitations of infants, as Russell averaged 50.1 points per game, your balanced defense and leadership made him one of the dominant players in his era. At 6 feet 10 inches, 2.08 meters tall. Wow. Okay, we've had 7 foot 4 inches, 2.24 meters arm span. His shot blocking and man-to-man defense were major reasons to the Celtics' dominance during his career. He was equally nominated for his rebounding abilities, and he led up to the NBA in rebounds 4 times. Had a dozen combined seasons of 1,000 or more rebounds. Wow. And remains second of all time in both total rebounds and rebounds per game. Wow. He was one of just 2 NBA players, the other being permanent rival with Chamberlain, to have grabbed more than 50 rebounds in a game. He played in the wake of black proponents Earl Lloyd, Chuck Cooper, and Sweetwater Clifton, and he was the first black player to achieve superstar status in the NBA. Okay, he was also served 3 seasons, 1966 until 1969, but as a player coach in the Celtics, becoming the first black coach in the NBA and the Spurs to win the championship. In 2011, Barack Obama awarded Russell the National Medal of Freedom for his accomplishments in the court and in the civil rights movement. He was inducted in the National Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 1985, one of the founding inductees in the National College Basketball Hall of Fame in 2006, and the current FIBA Hall of Fame in 2007. He selected the NBA 25th anniversary team in 1971, and the NBA 35th anniversary team in 1980. Wow. I did not know that, okay. Named as one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history in 1996, and one of the only 4 players to receive all 3 honors, and selected into the NBA 75th anniversary team in 2021. Makes sense anyway. In 2009, the NBA renamed the NBA Finals MVP award in his honor. Wow. In 2021, it was inducted in the National Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, a second time in his coaching career. Shortly after his death in 2022, the NBA retired Russell's number 6 jersey league-wide, becoming the only player in the NBA history to receive the honor. Not going to read the entire thing right now because it's going to be too long to read. Because I have a lot to talk. I'm not going to read anything that is related to that. Anyway, my next topic has to do with Vin Scully. Born Vincent Edward Scully, he was an American sportscaster. He was best known for 67 seasons, wow, calling games that Major League Baseball's Los Angeles Dodgers began in 1950 when he was franchised located in Brooklyn in 2016. Wow, okay. Makes sense. Anyway, Scully's tenure with the Dodgers was the longest of any broadcaster with a single team in professional sports history. He was the second only to Tony LeBron by 2 years and terms in a number of years. Associated with the Dodgers, associate organization in any Travesty, excuse me. He retired at the age of 88 in 2016. Wow. And it's record-breaking run as a team play-to-play announcer. In his final season becoming a microphone, Scully announced most Dodgers home games and selected the road games and sports in LA television and KLAC radio. He was known for his devoid voice, locally depraved style. Wow. Consider a reduction to Dodgers games. It's time for Dodger baseball. Hi everybody, and very pleasant good afternoon/evening to you. Okay, whatever you may be, is considered maybe the greatest baseball broadcast of all time, according to fans rankings, WebShow report, and Fox Sports. And in addition to Dodgers baseball, Scully called various nationally televised football and golf contests at CBS Sports from 1975 to 1982. It was NBC Sports League Baseball play-by-play announcer from 83 and 89. And it was also called the World Series from CBS Radio from 1979 until 1982. And again from 1990 until 1977. He was born in Bronx, New York. Scully grew up in the Washington Heights, well-settled in Manhattan. His father, Vincent Andrew Scully, was a silk salesman. His mother, Bridget Fearall, was a homemaker, okay? He was of Irish descent. His biological father died of pneumonia when Scully was 4. His mother later married his English sailor named Alan Reeve, okay? Scully discovered my dad. Wow. He has one sibling, a younger sister who died of brain cancer in 2002. He was 65. Scully attended primary school in the Bronx. He worked to deliver beer in mail. Wow, okay, makes more sense. Anyway. Pushing blacks, right, and cleaning silver in the basement in the Philadelphia Hotel in New York City. He discovered his love of baseball at the age of 8 when he saw the result of the second game in the 1946 World Series. Enrollment and feel of bang of sympathy for the badly defeated New York Giants. Wow, who have lost the game of 18-4 to the New York Yankees, who has lived near the Polo Grounds, and because he's a member of the New York City's Police Athletic League and Chicago Youth Organization. Wow, he was able to attend games and and become a very big Giants fan. Wow, okay, makes sense in any way. Broadcasting career began from Fordham to CBS Radio, began and death. Okay. After serving as United States Navy for 2 years, Scully began his career as a student broadcaster and journalist in Fordham University, where he was majored in English. Wow. While at Fordham, he helped found his FM radio station, WFUV, TV, WFUV, something like that. I don't know. Which now, since it's been Scully Lifetime Achievement Award, excuse me. Each year, which says Sports Center from Volume 28 of Fordham Ram his senior year. Wow. Seeing the barbershop quartet playing center field for the okay, never mind. I just have to run my anyway. Fordham Rams baseball team wearing number 17 called radio broadcast for Rams baseball, football, and basketball. Earned a degree and sent out about 150 letters to stations along the Eastern Seaboard. He received only one response from CBS Radio of WTOP in Washington, D.C., which hired him as a fill-in. Wow. Makes sense. Red Barber, the sports director of the CBS Radio Network, recurred Scully with his college football coverage. He was impressed his boss with his coverage of the November 1949 United States University of Maryland versus Boston University football game from Frederick Fenway Park in Boston. Despite having to do so from the stadium roof, suspending enclosed press box, he would have left his coat gloves in his hotel. Wow. But never mentioned their point on the air. Wow. The game proved an exciting affair that inspired Barber to ask him the future assignments. He mentioned Scully, and Scully wouldn't follow Barber's active and be an impartial announcer about Bryce Homer connections. Wow. When the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles, the management of approached Scully about taking a pro-Dodger tone now that the team has only one of the city the Major League Los Angeles team has done. Okay? To which Scully resigned weeks later. Wow. By saying he was sticking the objects in factual coverage. Okay? Now, I'm not going to read the Dodgers part. Let's move on to... I'm not going to read the whole rest of the thing. Let's move on to his personal life. Because I have a lot to deal with. Because, you know what? I'll have to... Yeah, okay, I'm going to move on to the Dodgers. Never mind. Because I haven't said anything about the Dodgers yet. But anyway. Dodgers, 1950 to 2016. Brooklyn, 1950 to 1957. 1950, Scully joined Barber and Connie Desmond in the Brooklyn Dodgers radio and television booths, replacing Ernie Arbo when they later retired in Crosstown Giants. Wow. When Barber got into the series, despite with World Series sponsor Gilly, part of the 1953 World Series, Scully took Barber's spot on the NBC television booth. Excuse me. Anyway, becoming the youngest person to broadcast a World Series as the regulars to stand that day. Excuse me. Anyway. Okay. After Barber successfully left the Dodgers, worked to work in New York Yankees began in 1954. Scully became the team's principal announcer. Wow. Working with Desmond from 1954 until 1956. Andre Bridge from 1954 to 1955. Al Heffer from 1955 to 1957. And Jerry Dodgett from 1957. Wow. Scully announced Dodgers games in Brooklyn until 1957, after which the club moved to Los Angeles. Wow. During that time, Dodgers broadcast was headed over the WMGM radio 1050, something like that. I don't know. On the AM dial, as well as the WR TV Channel 9, both in New York. Okay? Now, okay. Los Angeles, 1958 until 2016. Beginning the 1958 season, Scully accomplished the Dodgers, their new location, quickly would become the popular Southern California. During the Dodgers' first 4 seasons in Los Angeles, experienced baseball fans have difficulty following the action in the very large Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. It is soon becoming common for them to bring transfer radios to the games to hear Scully and Jerry Dodgett, describe their action. Okay, a practice that continued even after the team. Okay, hold on, where was I? We got some. Moved to the much smaller Dodger Stadium from the 1962 baseball season. Radio and television stations were... Oh, okay, I don't know where I was at. Oh, radio television. Okay. Hold on. Difficulties, everyone. Radio television engineers. That's what I meant. Okay. Radio television engineers often have difficulty compensating for the sound and sky play-by-play reviewing through the stands of Dodgers home games. Okay. In 1964, the New York Yankees offered Scully the job to replace his originally fired Mel Allen as a lead the play-by-play announcer. Wow. Scully declined the offer and chose to remain with the Dodgers. Wow. By 1976, his possibility the Los Angeles has become such a Dodgers fan, voting him the most memorable personality in the history of the franchise. Wow. Before 1966, local announcers officially called for the World Series. Typically, the Gilly Company, the Commissioner of Baseball, and NBC Television would choose the announcers who represent each of the teams that are in the World Series that represent the year. For 1966 World Series, Kurt Golly called half in each of the games before carrying the microphone Vin Scully in Los Angeles, and Chuck Thompson of Belmore, which makes more sense anyway. Scully was not satisfied with the arrangement, and he said, "What about the road? My fans won't be able to hear me." In Game 1, 1966 World Series, Scully calls in the first 4.5 innings. When Golly interfered in announcing reigns, Scully was so upset he refused to stay and have a word. Wow. Alright, the modern style, in which multiple sportcasters have to on-air combination, usually with one foundation as play-by-play announcer, another as a color commentator. Wow. Scully uses his broadcast partners Joey Dodgett from 1956 until 1987, Ross Porter from 1977 until 2004. Wow. Each called the innings solo. Rotating between radio and television, Scully working the entire game except for the third and seventh innings. When Dodgett retired after the 1987 season, he was replaced by Apple Game fame Dodgers pitcher Don Drysdale, something like that. I don't know. Who previously broadcast games to the California Angels. Okay. Drysdale died in a hotel room following a heart attack before a game against Montreal Expos in 1993. It was on a very difficult broadcast of Scully and Porter. Wow. Whoever told of a death that cannot mention and on there until Drysdale's family has been notified the official announcement of this death made. Okay? Wow. Scully announced the news of this death by saying, "Never have I been asked to make an announcement that hurts me as much as this one. As I say to you, as best as I can be, with a broken heart." Poor rock fielder Rick Monday succeeded Drysdale and the Dodgers broadcast crew. On August 28th, 2015, the Dodgers announced via the series of cue cards presented by the comedian Jimmy Campbell on the Dodgers Stadium billboard that Scully will be back in the 26th season. His 67 with the Dodgers. In the press conference August 19th, 2009 said that 2016 will be probably his final year. I mean, how much longer we can go on fooling people? So yeah, I'll be saying, "Dear God, give me next year, I'll hang it up." Scully's final regular season game broadcast at Dodger Stadium occurs September 25th, 2016. As the Dodgers defeated the Colorado Rockies 4-3 on the walk-off home run by Charlie Carverson to clinch the National League West Division title. His final game was a broadcast in San Francisco Audio Park for a T Park was October 2nd in 2016. CBS Sports in 1975 to 1982. From 75 to 82, Scully announced the National Football League telecast from CBS Sports. Wow. Team was spent several difficult callers and analysts, including Sonny Jurison, Paul Aryan, I pronounce that last name, sorry. I can't pronounce it. It starts with the H. Excuse me. Alice Hawkins, George Allen, Jim Brown, John Madden, the late John Madden that is, and Hank Strom, something like that. I don't know. Scully called Dwight Clark touchdown catch in the NFC's championship game in January 10th, 1982. They put the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl. Let's see, how many there are? Let me see. It was, I can't remember how much they are. Sorry. Oh yeah, 16. Excuse me. No? Was 16? I can't remember the numbers. Sorry. How much is this? 16. Yeah, 16. A coloring number, unfortunately. This is 1981. 1981 we're talking about. Hold on, folks. This is, I'm thinking this is the wrong year. This is the... I'm thinking... We already did... Wait, that was 3. I don't remember the numbers. Sorry. Let me see. I remember... X, man. Oh, it's 16. Let me see. Does that count? Okay, never mind. I don't want to do this anyway. Anywho, 16. There we go. It's a final game, NFL game that he announced. That was a hell of a game to quit doing football. He commented. Wow. Okay, I misspoke. Anyway, Scully has contributed to the network's tennis and PGA's Tour Golf coverage in the late 1970s and early 80s, okay? Usually working the golf events with Pat Summerall, Ken Sventry, Ben White, okay? From 1975 to 1982, he was a part of a team that covered the Masters Tournament for CBS. Scully's network commitment that lays in him, his working Mendoza sketch with the Dodgers, who hired Ross Porter to cover the games that Scully that couldn't call, okay? In 1977, Scully began his first the 2 cents that called him baseball for CBS Radio. Wow. Makes sense. Makes sense. Anyway, Brock is an all-stars game from 1982 until parting with Brent Musburger in the World Series from 1979 until 1982 alongside Sparky Anderson. Departure from CBS. Scully decided to leave CBS in favor of the job calling baseball games for NBC began in 1983. Wow. Despite over Simon's prominence according to CBS Sports producer Terry O'Neill in the book The Game Behind the Game, CBS decided to get into the 1981 NFL season that John Madden has announced, okay? With whom that CBS has hired in 1989, who have called sports alongside Frank Govier and Jerry Bender, okay? It was for his first 2 years, okay? Makes sense anyway. Was going to be a star color commentator for the NFL television conference, but they have trouble figuring out who was going to be his play-by-play partner. Since Scully has been about CBS leads play-by-play announcer Pat Summerall for the portion, at the time Scully was the number 2 announcer for CBS, a position he had held since 1975, and was calling games alongside with the former Kansas City Chiefs head coach Hank Stram. Oh wow. Who has been promoted to CBS number 3 broadcast team alongside Kurt Gawley. To resolve this situation, both Scully and Summerall were paired with Mark Madden. Wow. In the 4-week stretches, which occurred with each of the respective absence due to the engagement, with Summerall was away for calling the U.S. Open Tennis Tournament for CBS, and he did every September. Scully called the first 4 weeks in the season alongside Madden. Wow. After that, Scully went on to cover the National League Championship Series and World Series for CBS Radio. And then he was done for the past few October as well. And Summerall returned to the broadcast booth for working with Madden. Scully then lead team with Scully in the minor of the NFL season. After the 8th week NFL season, CBS Sports decided that Summerall matched more with Madden than Scully, and did rename him as the announcer, who would call Super Bowl 16. Yeah, I was going to mess up numbers. But anyway, on CBS on January 24th, 1982, at the Pontiac Superdome, an angry Scully who felt this incident has been done by a move, was designed at the Consolidation Prize that year NFC's championship game, which he called alongside Strom. Summerall took Strom's place and alongside Jack Brock to call this game over CBS Radio. Wow. NBC Sports. Outside of Southern California, Vince Scully is remembered as NBC's television league baseball broadcaster from 1983 to 1989. Okay. Besides calling the Saturday game of the week for NBC, Scully recalled 3 World Series in 1984, 96 until 1988 for NBC and 4 National League Championship Series, 83, 85, 87, 89, and 4 All-Star Games, 83, 85, 87, 89. Scully also worked on his Dodgers schedule during this period, broadcasting his home games on his radio, world games for the Dodgers television network, with Fridays and Saturdays off, so he can work with NBC. During his stint at NBC, Scully provided the call for one of the broadcast's most memorable plays when Bill Buckner made the 10th inning error in Game 6, okay, of the 1986 World Series against the New York Mets, okay? Makes sense. Anyway, Scully also called Kirk Gibson famous home run during Game 1 in the 1988 World Series, okay? Team with Joe Garagos, I don't know, was the full-time lead play-by-play man for NBC's baseball telecast from 1976 to 1982, before converting into the color community role to work with Scully for NBC telecast, except in 1989 when he was partnered with Tom receiver, something like that, after Gala left NBC Sports following the 1988 World Series due to the contract dispute, something like that. The pair were on hand with several key moments in the baseball history. Fred Lynn hitting the first Grand Slam All-Star game history in 1983. The 1984 Dodgers-Tigers win the World Series. Along the way, he called Tigers pitcher Jack Morris no-hitter against the Chicago White Sox on April 7th, okay? Ozzie Smith's game-winning home run, game number 5, 1985 National League Championship Series, and New York Mets Miracle Rally, game number 6 in the 1986 World Series, an 87 All-Star game in Oakland, which was deadlock and 0-0 beforehand between Tim Ross before it broke up, scoreless and tie with a triple in the the 13th inning. The first official night game in the history of Chicago's Wintries Field, August 9th, 1988 as follows. Kirk Gibson's game. Winning home run in game number 1 in the 1988 World Series, and chat with the former President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, who said that Scully had been out of work for 6 months, and maybe there's some future here. The booth said during the 1989 All-Star Game in Effingham, and it's Bo Jackson hit the lead-off home run. Wow. On June 3rd, 1989, Scully was doing the play-by-play for NBC Game of the Week in St. Louis, Missouri, when the Cardinals beat the Chicago Cubs by 10 innings. Meanwhile, the Dodgers was playing the series in Houston, when Scully was few to be the one on hand and called the Sunday games in the series. Wow. However, the Saturday night game between the teams and was going into the extra innings with Scully arrived in town, okay? So he went to the Ostrom instead of his hotel. He picked up the play-by-play, helping to receive the other Dodger announcers who were doing both television and radio, broadcasting the final 13 innings. And already calling 10 innings in St. Louis, Missouri. In games that went to 22 innings, he broadcast 23 innings in one day in 2 different cities. Wow. I can't pronounce it. It starts in the L. Larry. Okay, whatever it was. Sorry. Presented Scully for calling game number 2 for the 1989 National League Championship Series between the San Francisco Giants and the Chicago Cubs. Excuse me. Bob Costas was working with the Okay. Misspoke anyway. American League Championship Series between Oakland and Toronto with Toby Carpenter for NBC at the time was flown from Toronto and to Chicago to fill in that evening as an off day for ALCS. After the 1989 season, NBC along with ABC, with whom NBC has shared baseball coverage since 1976, lost television rights to cover Major League Baseball to CBS. For the first time since 1946, NBC would not televise baseball. In the aftermath, Scully said NBC losing baseball is a pattern of great American tradition. It is sad. I'm really going to feel that. It is leave the vast window to use a Western world and where people will not give a national Major League Baseball rights. And I think that is a tragedy. Scully also served as an announcer for NBC's PGA Tour golf coverage, and during this time in the network, he was teaming with Lee Toronto from 1983 to 1990. Whew! a lot of reading to do. So, yeah, I'm gonna read these and then we'll do a commercial break because I have no idea what to say. But anyway, after NBC 1990 to 2016. Anyway, after the National League Championship Series in 1989, Scully NBC contract was up, and he felt that left its focus primarily in the studios with the Dodgers. Scully also returned to being the national radio announcer for the World Series since CBS Radio gave him the position that Jack Buck has vacated in order to become the variety announcer for CBS television coverage of Major League Baseball. Scully first assignment in the 1990 World Series and renamed in that role until 1997. Worked with Johnny Bench the first 4 years. Wow. And Jeff Torborg for the final 3. Wow. After ESPN Radio declares the World Series radio rights for CBS in 1998, Scully was offered a continued play-by-play role, but declined. Wow. Final World Series game that Scully would call from game number 7 of the 1997 World Series between the Florida Marlins and Cleveland Indians. Wow. 1991 to 1996, Scully broadcast the annual golf skin game from ABC, having previously called an event for NBC from 83 to 89. He also called the senior skin games for ABC from 1992 to 2000. Wow. And he also, as well as various golf events from CBS during this period. In 1999, Scully was a master of ceremonies for MasterCard's Major League Baseball Century team before the start of game number 2 of the World Series. Wow. For health reasons, Scully no longer called most non-playoffs games played, but he's Denver because began around 2005. He missed most of the Dodgers opening homestand of the 2012 MLB seasons, the first 5 of the 6 games. Wow. Because of an illness, returned to the announcer's booth on April 5th, 2012, because it has been the 65th anniversary of Jackie Robinson's breaking of the color barrier in baseball. Wow. It was only the second time that Scully has missed the Dodgers stadium home opener in the career of the team. The first time that he was busy with broadcasting the Masters golf tournament from CBS in 1977. In the final season, 2016, Scully's called opportunity 100 games per season. All games, select road games in San Francisco, San Diego, and Abraham, California, as always, respectively. But anyway, with both flagship radio station KLAC and television outfit Sportsnet LA, Scully was at simulcast for the first 3 innings. And in each of these appearances, they announced that remaining innings only for these television audiences, if Scully was calling the game. Charlie Steiner took over the play-by-play when radio began the 4th inning, with Rich Monday as caller commander. If Scully was not calling the game, either Joe Davis or Steiner would call the entire game on television, with Oyo Hajier and Norma, I can't pronounce his last name, sorry, call commentary, while Monday now doing play-by-play, joined Kevin Kennedy on radio. Wow. His retirement began on January 31st, 2016, okay? Scully announced that he planned to retire from broadcasting after the conclusion of the 2016 season. His final game with the team was October 2nd finale at San Francisco. Scully left open possibility of calling personality postseason games, but not the World Series, if the Dodgers were in advance. In September, however, Scully stated he would retire after the end of the regular season not to call the postseason games because he did not want to say goodbye 12 different times. Scully was assigned the total of 6 different road games for the 2016 season. The opening game in San Diego, 2 games in Birmingham, and entirely the 3-game regular season closing series in San Francisco. Scully was honored with the Dodgers during that September. 23 home games against the Rockies. Wow, okay. Rockies, someone that I don't know. Which features a pre-game ceremony that paid tribute to his career. The ceremony included speeches at Commissioner of Baseball, Bob Medford. Okay, makes more sense there. Sandy Koufax, Kane Kershaw, Mayor Eric. I can't pronounce his last name. Sorry. The team Spanish play-by-play man Jamie McGurran, who took over Scully's dimension as the longest-term broadcast in 2017. Kevin Costner, Scully himself. The team also involved that Kirk Skimmons' 1988 World Series home run had been named the most memorable Vince Scully call and fan vote, okay? The final home game was on September 25th, 2016 against the visiting Colorado Rockies. Wow. The Dodgers ended up winning the 10th inning walk-off home run by Charlie Gomerson. Wow. And it was do so, clinching the NL West Division title. The final broadcast of his career was the Dodgers on October 2nd game at AT&T Park against the San Francisco Giants. Scully's commentary during this final game was simulcast entirely on radio instead of only on 3 innings. Wow. After the game, he offered a player in his final message. You and I have been friends for a long time. I know with my heart since, excuse me, that I always needed you more than you ever needed me. And I'll miss our time together more than I can say. But you know what? There will be new days, eventually a new year. And when an upcoming winter gives way to spring, rest assured, you once again it'll be time for Dodger baseball. This is Zen Scully wishing you a very pleasant and good afternoon, wherever you may be. The following year, the Dodgers advanced to the World Series for the first time in 29 years, despite many Dodgers fans petitioned Scully to come out in retirement, including Fox Sports announcer Joe Buck, was required quoted as saying, "I swear to my late father to have been coming to do some of the series to us in this place. It will be an honor." Scully declined, preferred to keep the low profile and responded that I've done enough of them. Scully did, however, take part of the first pitch ceremony prior to game number 2 with Steve Yeager and Fernando Vargas. Teammates on Dodgers team have won the 1981 World Series ever since. In 2020, he was Card Sports moderator and part of the donate to extra research. After the Dodgers World Series win in 2020, it was announced that Scully was narrate the team's year-end championship documentary. Wow. Okay. Other appearances. In 1970, ABC Sports as producer Ron Aldridge tried to urge Scully to his network called by Play-to-Play the then new Monday Night Football games. But so Scully commented to the Dodgers forced him to reject the offer. Besides his sportscasting work, Scully was an uncredited narrator for the short-lived NBC sitcom Eventual Wife. Wow. He is then also calls the Tournament of Rose Parade, with Elizabeth Montgomery from ABC in 1967. Served as the host for NBC game show It Takes Two in 1969 to 1970, and in 1973 hosted the Vince Scully Show, weekday afternoon talk variety show on CBS. 1977 he hosted a primetime challenge of his, I'm not going to say the S word, but CBS. Wow. Scully's announcer in the popular PlayStation exclusive MLB video game series by 189 Sports. Wow. For a number of years. He retired from announcing for video games and after MLB 2005, but Matt Bryson, Eric Carlos, and Steve Lyons, and formerly Dave Combo and Rex Hender took over as lead announcers in the video game series, who was titled MLB show. Scully had not appeared as himself in the 1999's film For Love of the Game, as a brief cameo, along with Van Dodge's partner Jerry Dodgett. In the 1961 film, The Bachelor in Paradise, appears in CBS News report in 1960 film Wake Me When It's Over. Provided an opening narration in the 1966 film Fireball 500. It can be heard in calling baseball games in the films An Experiment in Terror in 1952, Zabra in the Kitchen 1965, The Party 1968, The Bucket List 2007, as well as the episodes of TV series including The General Electric Fear, including Aqua Premiere, Mr. Ed, Joey Bishop Show, okay, I can't pronounce the F word, sorry, it's not beep, anyway, Howard Heaven, and Brooklyn Bridge, anyway, the surname of Dana Scully character in the television show The X-Files, and the home is Vince Scully, wow, as the show's career, Chris Carter is a Dodgers fan, wow. Scully himself can be heard calling the game in season 6 episode on The Unnatural. Wow. The Pressures. Harry Skinner is an impersonating Scully in a sketch of Saturday Night Live and is used as voice of Symptoms when the storyline includes the fiction team for Springfield Saturday. I can't pronounce it. Something with I. Sorry. San Francisco Giants broadcaster John Miller is known for the inspiration of Scully. Voice actor Chris Cox has appeared as a comedy podcast series. Scully O'Connell is a character. Racist Ben Scully. Wow. Wow. We're over an hour because I'm it's gonna be for 2 hours and we're in a commercial break. So there you go. Anyway, Wars and Honors. Anyway, Scully received a Ford Frick Award for National Baseball Hall of Fame in 1982 and was honored a Lifetime Achievement Emmy Award for Sportscasting Induction into the National Radio Hall of Fame in 1995, the year I was born. Anyway, National Sports Media Association forming the National Sportscaster and Sports Writers Association named Scully as a National Sportscaster of the Year for the top 4 times. 1965, 82, and 2016, respectively. Anyway, California Sportscaster of the Year 33 times. Wow. Inducted him in the Hall of Fame in 1991. Okay. It was 1992 Hall of Fame inductee for the American Sportscasters Association. Wow. It's also named as Sportscaster of the Century 2000. And top sportscaster of all time in the top 50 list in 2009. Wow. Okay. The California Sports Hall of Fame inducted Scully in 2008. Scully was inducted in the NAB Broadcasting Hall of Fame in 2009. On May 11, 2009, he was awarded the Ambassadors Award inclusive by LA Sports and Entertainment Culmination, something like that. I don't know. In the episode of MLB's Network Series Prime 9, something I don't know. About the 9 greatest baseball broadcasts of all time. Scholars named number 1. Wow. Scholars will start the Hollywood Walk of Fame in his address 6675 Hollywood Boulevard since 2001. The press box is Dodger Stadium. His name is Pascali. The street within the team's former Dodger town. Spring train from factory of Royal Beach, Florida. Was named Ben Scully Way. Wow. WFUV, the foreign university radio station that Scully helped founded, presented annual Ben Scully Lifetime Achievement Award for sports broadcasting. Wow. Scully himself is initial representative award in 2008. Wow. Okay. Scully served as Grand Marshal in 2014 Tournament Hall Rose Parade. Also, he personated a board for the Los Angeles Dodgers' 50th anniversary float in 2008 Tournament Rose Parade. Wow. On September 5th, 2014, Bud Selig presented him the Commander's Historic Achievement Award. It was a 14th representative and after Rachel Robinson. Second non-player to receive the award, which was created to recognize accomplishments and accommodations of his historical 70s, wow, to the game of baseball, wow. Several honors for broadcast Bristol in 2016, something like that, I don't know. Scully's final year. On January 29th, the Los Angeles City Council voted unanimously to rename Angelo Park Avenue. It was changed to address of Dodger Stadium to 10,000 Ben Scully Avenue. July 8th was dubbed Ben Scully Day. The advent of Governor of California, Kevin D. Leon. During the pre-game ceremony on September 23rd, 2016, Los Angeles Mayor Eric I can't pronounce the start of the G word, but anyway, presented Ben Scully with the key of his to the city. Wow. On November 22nd, Scully received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor given by the President of the United States. In 2017, Scully commentary for the final Brooklyn Dodgers and New York Giants game in 1957 was selected the presentation in the National Recording Registry of the Los Angeles Limited of Congress, and be constantly historically or historically significant. In Austin 2017, something like that, I don't know. Scully has won the Icon Award for the part of that year's ESPY's award ceremony. At Game Number 2 in the 2017 World Series being played in Dodger Stadium, Scully presented the pre-game ceremony and addressed the crowd over the PA system. He implied that he was about to throw the ceremonial first pitch. And introduced Steve Viger, something like that, to serve as the ceremonial catcher. Wow. However, Scully then claimed that he could not actually pitch because he had hurt his rotator cuff. Wow. Rotating the Hayes was hurt, introducing the actual ceremonial pitcher, Fernando Valendosa. I haven't doubted it. Anyway. Anyway. Hold on. Scully has honored the famous introduction. It's time for Dodger baseball. Anyway. In 1972, Scully's 35-year-old wife, John Crawford, died of an actual marital overdose. The couple has been married for 15 years. In late 73, he's married Chandra Hunt, who has 2 children of her own. They soon have a child together. Scully's eldest son, Michael, died of helicopter crash at the age of 33 while working on the ARCO Transportation Company. He was suspended at Philippines Lake near Fort Tejon, California, in the mere aftermath of the 1994 Northridge earthquake. Wow. Although Michael's death still haunted him, Scully therefore quiet said in numerous interviews that he credited his religious faith in being able to dive back to his work with helping him ease the burden of grief for losing his wife and son. Wow. He encouraged Dividend the Virgin Mary, stating that her prayers were more powerful than those of the rest of his heaven combined. Wow. No one's closer than more the blood that cries on earth. So it makes sense to see the same thing in heaven. Now the Blessed Virgin seeks to help her spiritual children get home to spend Sunday with her son. In 2016, Scully narrated the audio recording of the Russian Catholic athletes for Christ. Wow. Which recites the Wall Street Mysteries leads with a group of responders. An unauthorized biography of Scully, Pull Up the Chair, the Ben Scully story, written by Kurt Smith, was published in 2009. In November 2017, Scully stated that he would never watch another NFL game again, due to some of the league's players kneeling during the playing of the national anthem for the games. Wow. Scully has 4 children, 2 step-grandchildren, 21 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. He resides in Hidden Hills, California, and attends St. Tu's Near-Prince Church, the Westwater Lake Village, California. Scully is the second cousin of former Lord Mayor of Dublin, Mary Freehill. His second wife, Sandra, was married for 40 years until Sandra's death from I can't pronounce that. On January 1st, 2021. It was ALS. One that. I don't know. On the evening of August 22nd, 2022, he died in his home in Hidden Hills, California. He was 94 years old. His funeral was held in James Jr. Abigail's Roman's Catholic Church in Westlake Village, California, August the 8th. Wow. Wow. Anyway, we'll do this next topic when we come back, because I still have to drink some water and go ahead and just probably run some errands, okay? Just because. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Crazy Bunch's web show, episode number, oh boy, 74. I am so sorry for the huge delay. I just recently found out that I just came back from other things random and, run some errands, and of course, got back some other things, and of course I did some other things, so there you go. So, without further ado, I just got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more dev topics left. And I'm going to read you 2 more topics and then fun facts of the week. And I'm done for this episode. But anyway, we got Olivia Newton-John. This is our next dev topic. And she's best known as Dame Olivia Newton-John. ACDBD. Anyway, she was a British Australian singer, actress, and activist. Okay, she's a 4-time Grammy Award winner. whose music career includes 5 #1 hits and many other top 10 hits on the Billboard Hot 100 and 2 #1 albums on the Billboard 200. If You Love Me, Let Me Know, 1974, and Have You Never Mellow in 1975. 11 of her singles, including the top 2 platinum, and 14 of her albums, including 2 platinum and her 2 times platinum, has been certified, gold by the Recording Industry Association of America, RIAA for short. But anyway, with global sales of more than 100 million records, Newton John is one of the best-selling music artists for the second half of the 20th century to her death. Anyway, this past 2 months ago. But anyway, in 1978, Newton John starred in the musical film called Grease, okay? Who was highest grossing musical film at the time and whose soundtrack remains one of the world's best-selling albums of all time. It features 2 major hit duets with co-star John Turturro. I happen to pronounce his last name. Sorry about that. Anyway, You're the One That I Want, which won the best-selling singles of all time, and Summer Nights. Her signature solo recordings includes Record of the Year Grammy winner I Honestly Loves You in 1974 and Physical in 1981. Billboard's highest ranking in Hot 100 singles in the 1980s. Undefined hit singles includes I Fight For You and Banks in Ohio, both in 1971. Let Me Be There in 1973. If You Love Me, Let Me Know in 1974. Have You Not Been Mellow in 1975. Sam in 1977. Hope It Is All For You in 1978, also from Grease. A Little Bit More Love in 1978. Twist of Fate in 1983, and from the 1980 film Exodio Magic and Exodio, with the Electric Light Orchestra. Newton John has battled breast cancer 3 times with also breast cancer research. Okay, she was one of the advocates of animal rights causes. She was born on September 26, 1948, in Chambridge, England. Henry Brand Newton John, 1914 to 1992. Okay, and Irina Nee born 1914 to 2003. Wow. Her father was born in Wales to a middle class family. Her mother was born in Germany, but had to come to the UK with her family in 1933 to escape the Nazi. Wow. Okay, Newton John's maternal grandfather was German-Jewish Newell Price when Cyrus Max Bohr. Bohr was practicing ordination before being initially baptized in March 1914, okay? Before Irene's birth, okay? Her maternal grandmother, Hewing, the daughter of German-Jewish jurist Victor Arberg, and his wife, Helena Anna von Joring, have announced their first names, something like that. For Ariana, Olivia was a descendant of Princess by Martin Luther, okay? Ariana's own father, Newton John, great-great-grandfather, was jurist Rudolph John Joring. Ariana's uncle was Princess John's Victor born, okay? Rudolph born, okay? Makes sense. Anyway, the Arberg find Newton John was a third cousin of comedian Ben Elfman. Wow. Makes sense. Newton John's father was a Mighty 5 officer in the Emmons Project in the Bounty Park, who took Rudolph Hess, okay, into custody during World War II. After the war, he became the headmaster of the Cambridgeshire High School for Boys. Wasn't the post when Newton John was born. Newton John was the youngest of 3 children. Following her brother Hugh, 1949 until 2019, medical doctor, and her sister, Rhoda, 1941 until 2013, an actress who wanted to marry a restaurant, Brian Goldsmith. He was later married to Newton-John's Grease co-star, Jeff Conley from 1980 until the divorce in 1985. She also had a half-brother, Toby, and a half-sister, Sarah, both of whom were born in her father's second marriage. In early 1954, when Newton-John was 5, her family embarked in Melbourne, Australia, on the SS Sandrod, something like that. Her father worked on a professor of German and was a master of Melbourne College at the University of Melbourne. Her family attended the church while her father was served as the head of Parliament College, something like that. I don't know. Newton-John attended Christ Church Grammar School in the Melbourne suburb of South Uriah, and then the University High School in Parksville. Okay, her career began when Newton-John was put into primary school in Del Barthway. Okay, who was also found a singing career. At the age of 14, she formed Soul 4, a short-lived all-girl group with 3 classmates, often performing at a coffee shop owned by her brother-in-law. She also originally wanted to become a veterinarian, but then chose to focus on the performance after doubling her ability to pass science exams. In '64, Newton-John's acting talent was first recognized portraying Lady Mary Lansbury, something like that, in her University's high school production of Herbert. I can't pronounce that. Sorry, AC. Anyway. Okay. Whatever that was. Anyway. As she becoming the Young Sons of Drama Star Awards, something like that. I don't know. Best School Actress runner-up. Okay. She then became a regular on local Australian television shows, including Tom Terry and HSB7's The Happy Show, where she performed as Lovely Livy, okay? She also appears on Gawk's Show, where she met her future duo partner, singer Pat Carroll, okay? And her future music producer, John Ferrer. Carter and Ferrer were married, okay? Makes sense in any way. In 1965, she entered a wanted talent contest on television program Sing Sing Sing. Hosted the 1960s Australian icon Johnny O'Keefe, performing the songs Anyone Who Had a Heart and Everything Coming Up Roses, okay? Coming Up Roses, something like that. Anyway, eventually she wanted to use the prize and she have won a trip to Great Britain, but traveled there nearly a year later after her mother encouraged her to board her horizons, okay? Newton John recorded the first single, Till You Stay, You'll Be Mine, in Britain for Decca Records in 1966, okay? While in Britain, Newton-John missed her then boyfriend, Ian Turber, okay? Makes sense, Turber anyway. While whom she had co-starred in the Australian telefilm, Funny Things Happen Down Under. She apparently booked up trips back in Australia that her mother canceled, okay? Newton-John's outlook changed when Pat Carroll moved to the UK, okay? The two formed a duo called Pat Olivia, and toured nightclubs in Europe. In one incident, they were booking in Paul Ryman's European solo, okay? Sorry about that, everyone. London, and wasn't aware that it was strip club day until they began to perform on stage, dressed primarily as a fairly high-collared dress, something like that. I don't know. During this period, she and Carl contributed backup vocals to record by a number of artists, something like that. I don't know. Of course, by a number of artists. Number of the songs come in. You get the Panobia by the Easy Beats of George Young, who was later known as Easy Beast. But anyway, next, Carol, after Carol's visa expired, forcing her to return to Australia, Newton-John remained in Britain to pursue solo work until 1975. She was recorded to the group Tomorrow, okay? Formed by American producer Don Kurzner, something like that. In 1970, the group started a science fiction musical, film and record, and a culminating soundtrack album of RCA Records. Both named after the group, okay? That same year, the group made 2 single recordings. You're My Baby Now, Going Back. And I've Never Lived Without Your Love and Wrote Like a Liver, okay? Makes sense. Neighbor Trap became a charge success, but the project failed and the group disbanded. Her success began when she released her first solo album, If Not For You, US number 138 in pop. In 1971 in the UK, the album was known as Olivia Newton-John. The title track, written by Bob Dylan, was her first international hit. Wow. US pop number 25 pop, number 1 adult administration AC for short. Anyway. Her follow-up single, Banks in Ohio, was in the top 10 in the UK and Australia. She was one British female vocalist for 2 years in a row by a magazine called Record Mirror, okay? She made a further appearance on Cliff Richard's weekly show, It's Cliff Richard, okay? Starring with him in the telefilm, The Case, okay? In 1972, Newton-John's second UK album, Olivia, was released but never formally issued in the United States. With her career funded after If Not For You, so many singles equally Banks in Ohio reached number 94 pop charts, number 32 in AC charts, and remakes of George Harrison's It With Light, number 34 in AC charts, and John Denver's Take Me Home Country Roads, number 119 in pop charts. Made minimum passing the Hot 100. Wow. Her fortune changed when the release of Let Me Be There in 1973. The song reached number American's top 10. Pops, number 6. Country, number 7. And AC, number 3 charts. And earned a Grammy for Best Country Female. Academy of Country Music Award for Most Promising Female Vocalist. Her second American album, named Let Me Be There, after its hit single, was her third in Britain. Okay? Where the LP is known as Music Makes My Day. It's also called Let Me Be There in Australia. Also, however, the US and Canada versions feature the alternate track list that makes new cuts. Okay? With selections from Olivia. And also, excuse me everyone, sorry. Anyway. Recycled 6 songs from If Not For You, which was going out of print. Wow. In 1974, Newton-John represented the United Kingdom in the Eurovision Song Contest with the song Love Live Love. The song was chosen with Newton-John with the British public out of 6 popular entries. Newton-John later admitted that she disliked the song. Newton-John finished 4th at the contest, held Brian because the Swedish win entry Waterloo by ABBA. All 6 Eurovision contest songs candidates Have Love, Where Travel, Loving You Isn't Easy, Long Live Love, Someday, Angels Highs, and Have Across the Sea. Were recorded by Newton-John and included on her Long Live Love album, her first in the ABI Records label. The Love Live Love album released in the US and Canada. If you love me, let me know. Okay, that doesn't make more sense. If you love me, let me know. Anyway, all Eurovision entries were dropped from different and more than country favorite tunes of interest and combined lives on the success of Let Me Be There. The North American offerings using selections from Love Me, Live Love, Olivia, Music Makes My Day, but the only title cut was new. If You Love Me, Let Me Know's title track was the first single, reached number 5 in pop, number 2 country. Her best country position to date was number 2, AC. Wow. The next single, I Honestly Love You, becomes Newton-John's singer songs, written and composed by Jeff Bailey and Peter Allen. The ballad became her first pop number 1, staying there for 2 weeks. Second AC number 1, there for 3 weeks. Third top 10 number country, and number 6 hit hard and earned Newton-John's 2 more Grammys for Record of the Year and pop and best pop vocal performance, female. In her 2018 autobiography, Don't Stop Believing, Newton-John describes Honestly Love You as a song which is so similar to which a mean that deeper than the ocean. In many of her concert and performance, Newton-John calls to this tune, and she further explains, "It's such a special song. I have some very profound memories that times when I have sung it. Wow, there are very unusual times with special people in my life." Excuse me, let me just sneeze anyway. But let's continue on. And all through my life, it meant something different for me. Okay, and every time I sing it had to be different response. Anyway, the success of the single "If You Love Me, You Let Me Know" and "I Love You" will help the single album reach number 1 in both pop 1 week and number 8 country in 8 weeks albums charts. Wow. In the UK, Australia, "If You Love Me, Let Me Know" was featured. Violations featured First Impressions, Greatest Hits, First Impressions respectively. Called Great Hits, Greatest Hits. But anyway, in 1974, George Hamilton IV also presented to her the BCMA, British Country Music Association Award, for short. But anyway, for Female Vocals of the Year in London, England. Okay, United States, Newton-John's best success in country music sparks a debate among purists who took issues for foreigner singing country favorite pop music being classified as a national artist. In addition to her Grammy and Let Me There, Newton-John was also named for Country Music Association Female Vocals of the Year in 1974, making her the first British singer to have won the award. Coincidentally, defeating most more national-based nominees, including Lauren Lynn, which I'll talk about in a little bit, Dolly Parton, and Tanya Tucker, okay, as well as Canadian artist Anne Marie, okay. The part process, in part, which leads to the formation of the short-lived Association of Country Association Entertainers, ACE for short. Newton-John was eventually supported by the country music community. Still important, but Dolly's sister, wow, recorded Olivia. And Newton-John recorded her 1976 album, Don't Stop Believing, in Nashville, Tennessee. Wow, okay. Yours by experienced Australian singer Helen Reddy. Newton-John left the United Kingdom, moved to the United States. Newton-John topped the pop 1 week, the country 6 weeks albums charts with his next album, Having Never Been Mellow. For 45 years, Olivia and Guinness World Record for the shortest gap, 154 days, by a female between new number 1 album, If You Love Me, You Let Me Know, over Having Never Been Mellow, on U.S. pop 200 album charts until Taylor Swift in 2020. 140 days, but 4 dollars over Evermore. Okay, if you ever Let Me Know album carried 2 singles: the John Russell Penn title track, number 1 pop, number 3 country, and number 1 AC. Wow. Please, Mr. Please. Number 3 Pop. Number 5 Country. And number 1 AC. Wow. Her pop career cooled the release in the new next album, Query Love. Her streak was a 5 consecutive gold the top 10 singles on the Billboard 100. And it was this album's first single, Something Better to Do. Stopping to number 13, also number 19, Dark Country, and number 1 AC. Her album still achieved gold statuses. She returned to the top 10 and top 100 and Billboard 200 charts again in 1978. Newer John singles contributed to the AC charts, where she moved to top 10 number 1 singles, including record 7 commercially, including I Honestly Love You, number 1974 in 3 weeks. I've Ever Been Mellow in 1975 in 1 week. Please, Mr. Please, number 75 in 3 weeks. Something Better to Do, number 1975 in 3 weeks. Let It Shine, EA Heavy, He's My Brother, 1976 in 2 weeks. Wow. Come On Over and Don't Stop Believing in 1976 respectively in 1 week respectively. But anyway, she provided a prominent by uncredited vocalist on John Denver's Fly Away single. But a success been on the single Let It Shine, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. And number 1, the AC chart, Fly Away to return to number 1 after 2 weeks resigned of Let It Shine. Newton John was also continued to reach the country's top number 10. Hang on, let me get my notification on my iPad. Anyway, it was Andrew. Let me just. D&D. Anyway, moving on. Next, it was Anyway, Newton John also continued to reach country top number 10, which she titled seven top 10 singles through 1936. Come On Over, number 23, Pop, number 5, Country, number 1, AC. And 6 consecutive of a career, number 9, total. Top 10 albums through 1936, Don't Stop Believe It. Excuse me. Number 30, Pop, number 7, Country. She headlined her first U.S. TV special, a special Olivia Newton-John, November 1976. In 1977, the single Sam amid Temple Waltz from Don't Stop Believing returned her for the number 1 spot in the AC, number 40 Country, and also reached number 20 in Pop. Her highest chart placement since Something Better to Do by mid-1977, Newton-John's Pop, AC, and Country success also a side blow. Her Making a Better Thing to Do, Making a Good Thing Better album, number 34, Pop, number 13, Country, was not to certified gold. Its only single, the title track, reached number 87, Pop, number 20, AC. Did not reach the single AC top 10 country chart. Okay. Later that year, Olivia Newton-John's greatest hits, number 13, Pop, number 7 countries, become her first platinum album. Wow. Newton-John's was supported by Officer or British Empire, OBE for short, in 1979 New Year Honors, and Dame Commander of or British Empire, DBE for short, in the 2020 New Year's Honors, for services to clarify cancer research and entertainment. Lawsuit against MCA Records. Now, I have a hunch and was bored because I'm not a huge fan of this lawsuit. Because I love MCA as a kid and I'm a little baby and I will not tolerate that. In April 1975, Newton-John MCA entered into a 2-year lawsuit 4-album deal in which she was expected to deliver 2 LPs a year. It was a record company. MCA is also opting to extend the contract for 6 more records in 3 more years. Wow. And the artist did not deliver on time. MCA is clearly allowed to increase the term and comment to account on the lateness. Wow. Per the agreement with MCA, Newton John's first three albums began with Query Love came out on the schedule. Her 4th, Making a Good Thing Better, was late. Jesus. The delay offered about the time she was working on Grease for RCO Records. RSL Records. The postman arguably gave MCA, which seemed to want to keep it whole as the performer. Wow. The right to exercise this option, extend his contract, and stop her from signing the number enterprise. She also did not deliver a newly optioned album. On May 31st, 1938, Newton John and MCA each filed breach on contract actions against each other. Newton John sued for $10 million and claimed that MCA's failure to adequately promote and advertise her product freed her to the agreement. MCA's countersuit requested $1 million in damages and the injunction against Newton John working on another music film. Wow. Eventually, Newton John was forbidden to offering her recording services to another label for the 5-year pact had run its course. The original converts that not a minor extent that though she had not duly supplied that the total sum of vinyls indicted in the contract. Wow. As a result, the lawsuit, record companies changed the contracts to be based on set numbers in the album, so recorded by a musician and not the special numbers of years. Wow. What are you doing, MCA? Because I love this company ever since I was a kid growing up. But what are you doing? Nothing. Anyway, now Grease. Okay, Grease. Newton John's career started as she started a film adaptation on a Broadway musical Grease in 1988. She was offered the lead role as Sandy after meeting producer Alan Carr in the dinner party at Ellen Brabby's home. Demonstrated by her Tomorrow experience, and commented that she was too old to play a high school senior. She was 28 during the filming of Grease. Newton John stood on a screen test in the film's co-lead, John Julia, something like that. The film counted that Newton John's Australian accent that changed her original American character. Sandy Dombrowski into Sandy Olsen. Illustrated at holidays in the United States, who then moves in her family. Newton John previews some of their film's soundtrack during her second American network television special, Olivia, featuring guests on ABA and A. Gibb. Okay, Grease became the biggest box office hit in 1988. Soundtrack album spent 12 non-consecutive weeks at number 1. Okay, and yielded 3 top 5 singles for Newton John. The platinum, You're the One That I Want, number 1 pop, number 23 AC, John Travolta. The gold, Happiest, Obvious, Developing You, number 3 pop, number 20 country, and number 7 AC. Okay, the gold, Summer Nights, number 5 pop, and number 21 AC. With John Travolta and the film cast, Summer Nights, from the original play written by James Jacobs and Warren Casey. Okay, but the former 2 songs were written and composed by a longtime music producer, John Ferry, for the film. Newton John became the second woman after Linda Wilson in 1977 to have 2 singles, Hopefully Divorce for You and Summer Nights, in the Billboard Top 5 consecutively. Her performance earned her People's Choice Award, the favorite film actress. She was nominated for Golden Globe and Best Actress in a Musical and performed in the Oscar-nominated Hopelessly Devoted to You in the 1979 Academy Awards. Wow. The film policy as adored through the years. It was released on the 20th anniversary in 1998 and ranked the second highest growing film behind Titanic for this opening weekend. Wow. It was shown in April 2018 for the 700 American theaters for 2 days only. Wow. Soundtrack is only one of the best soundtracks of all time. Following their death in August 2022, AMC announced the picture would appear with some cinemas over the weekend. The portion of the proceeds that will be breast cancer research. Wow. Of the film's lasting likability, Newton-John considered that I think the songs are timeless. They're fun, have great energy. 50s feel music that's always been popular. It's nostalgic for my great generation. And then the young kids are discovering it in every 10 years or so. It seems people are buying the album. It was a great way for them to remember those feelings of watching the movie and feelings at the time of that period. Okay, that time period. Anyway, I'm very grateful to be part of this movie, and I still love them so much. Lawsuit against UMG. In June 2006, Newton-John's comedy ONJ Productions Limited will file a lawsuit against Universal Media Group, UMG for short, for $1 million in unpaid royalties for the Grease soundtrack. Wow. In 2007, it was announced that she and UMG has reached a content settlement. Wow. Okay. The new image began in November 1978. She released her next two albums, Totally Hot, which became her first solo in top 10 and number 7 album since I Have You Never Been Mellow. Wow. Okay, makes sense anyway. Just to cover all the feather, okay, a letter, excuse me. Newton-John's capitalized it on the careless look that was introduced in the end of Grease. Moreover, Totally Hot singles, A Little More Love, number 3, Pop, number 94 Country, and number 4 AC, Dear Van Hunt the Night, number 11, Pop, number 87 Country, number 4 AC, and Title Track, number 52 Pop, are demanded and more aggressive and tempo sound for Newton-John. Although the album compromised the country sound, the LP reached number 4 on the country albums chart. Newton-John released the B-side, Country Round Round. Wow. Of the Totally Hot single of the country radio. The entry peaked at number 29 as well as number 82 Pop and number 25 AC. And it became her last chart solo country praise single. Anyway. Newton-John began 1980 by releasing I Can't Help It, number 12 Pop, number 8 AC. A duet with Eddie Gibb for his After Dark album, starring in his third television special at Hollywood Nights. Later that year, she appeared in her first movie film since Grease, where she starred as Kate with Gina Kelly and Michael Beck in the film musical fantasy Xabio. Okay? Makes sense. Anyway, although the film was a visual failure, its soundtrack number 4 Pop was certified double platinum and scored the top 20 singles of the Billboard Hot 100. Newton-John co-charted with Magic number 1, Pop number 1 AC, Song with Cliff Richard number 20 Pop and number 4 AC. The title song Exadu with the Electric Light Orchestra, number 8 Pop and number 2 AC. ELO also charted I'm Alive, number 16 Pop and number 48 AC, and All Over the World, number 13 Pop and number 46 AC. Anyway, Magic was Newton-John's biggest pop hit to that point, 4 weeks, number 1. It still ranks the biggest AC hit in her career. 5 weeks, number 1. The film has been since became a cult classic and the basis of the Broadway show, okay? That ran from more than 500 performances, okay? Began in 2007 and was nominated for 4 Tony Awards and became Best Musical, okay? In 1981, New and John released their most successful studio album. The double album, Physical, okay, was strongly reinforced her image and change for showcasing rescue, okay, rock orchestra material, okay. Makes sense anyway. But anyway, New and John explained, I just want to be in the mood with tenor ballads. I want peppy stuff because that's how I'm feeling. On the title cut, New and John said, Roger Davies was my manager at the time. He played it for me, and I knew it was a catchy song. The title track was written by Steven Kipner and Terry Stoddard. Spent 10 weeks top at the Billboard Top Hot 100. Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, this matched the record of the time of by Debbie DuBose. Okay, You Light Up My Life for the most weeks spent at number 1 in the rock era. Okay, the singles to certified platinum. Ultimately ranked as the biggest song of the decade. 2008, the Billboard ranked the song number 6 among all the songs charted in the 50-year history of the Hot 100. Makes sense anyway. But anyway, Physical, her New and John, her only placement ever in the R&B singles, number 28, and album's number 32 charts. The Physical album swamped 2 more singles, Make a Movie Out of Me, number 5 pop, and number 6 AC, and Landslide, number 52 pop. Okay, makes sense. Anyway, the formulated synth lyrics of the Physical title track pop to Alta, Utah's radio station to be banned single for the playlist. Wow. How much did I record this for? Well, 35 minutes. Anyway. In 2010, Billboard magazine ranked this as the most popular ever single about S-word. I'm not gonna say. Anyway, to counter that overly suggested tone, New and John filmed an exercise beam video that turned the song into the Aberdeen's anthem to make headbands and fashion accessories outside the gym. Makes sense. She helped pioneer the music video industry by recording a video album, but Physical, okay, featuring videos of all the album's tracks and 3 other hits. The video album earned her 4th Grammy and was aired on the ABC Primetime special, Just Get Physical, coming top 10 notes and hits. New and John said that, like everyone, I got different sides of my personality. I got dominant self, my need to be dominant self, the saying Olivia, the crazy Olivia, playing these different characters, gave me the chance to show strange parts people haven't seen much, okay? The success of Physical led in an international tour and the release of the second hits collection, the double platinum Latest Greatest Hits Volume 2, number 16 in pop. They have 2 more top 40 singles, Heart Attack, number 3 in pop, and tie up number 38 in pop. The tour was filmed at her Olivia Concert television special, which premiered on HBO in 1983 of January. The special was to be released on the video. New and John another Grammy nomination, okay? New and John learned that with Charlie in 1983, with Grammy unsuccessful movie, Two of a Kind. Redeemed as popular soundtrack number 26 in pop. Featuring Twist of Fate, number 5 in pop. Living at Despite Times, number 31 pop. And New Duet with Talia, Take a Chance, number 3 in AC. New and John released another video package, the Grammy-nominated Twist of Fate, featuring videos of 4 songs from Two of a Kind soundtrack and the 2 new singles from Olivia's Greatest Hits number 2, volume 2, something like that. I don't know. The same year, Newton John and Pat Ferrier, former Pat Carroll, founded Korea Brew, okay? Story literary for Australians inputs, okay? Involved in the chain women's quality boutiques. The chain was initially successful, but is eventually declared bankruptcy and closed in 1992. Okay? Newton John Carrier's later licensed a brand name for a line of Australian wines. She is a supporter of the Australian rules football Korean. Performed the Australian national anthem in the 1986 VLFL Grand Final between Guardian and Hawthorn, okay? Her musical career cooled again with the release of the next two The Gold Soul Kiss, number 29 in pop. And in 1985, misspoke era. The album's only chart was a single of the title track, number 420 in pop, number 20 in AC. Wow. The video album for Soul Kiss featured only 5 of the album's 10 tracks. Concept videos on the album's singles, Soul Kiss and Time Up, as well as their performance videos of the tracks, Color Shock, Motor's Triangle, and The Right Movement, okay? After nearly 3-year hiatus following the birth of her daughter, Chloe, in January 1986, Newton John resumed her recording career for the 1988 album, The Rumor. The album was promoted in the HBO special, Olivia Dawn Allender, okay? Its first single, the title track, was written and produced by Elton John himself, okay? But the single, number 62 in pop, and number 33 in AC, and the album number 67 in pop, fired commercially. And the nearly 4-year-old Newton John seemed old when commercial the team Queens, Debbie Gibson, and Tiffany ruled the pop charts, and at the time, the album was praised by critics as more mature. Then with Newton John addressed the topics such as AIDS, Love It, Let Live, and the involvement of single pirate households, something like that. The second single, Can We Talk It Over in Bed, that did not chart. It was released in 1989 by Grayson High, and the song's arranger and became a top 20 pop hit as Talk It Over. Wow. Mother, Cancer, and Bosley. Yeah, it's going to take forever for me to read this, but anyway. In September 89, Newton John released her self-discouraged album, Woman Tender, okay, which united her producer, John Fryer, absent for her previous LP, and also marked the return of a more wholesome image herself, inspired her daughter, who appeared on the cover. The album featured lullabies and love songs for parents and their children. This album was the last one produced by Ferrier and followed the revive her recording career, and the disc reached not only number 124 in pop. Newton John was primed in a number comeback in 1992, when she compiled her third hits out collection, Back to Basics, a literature collection in 1981 to 1992, and planned her first tour since the first trip 10 years earlier. Shortly after the album's release, Newton John was diagnosed with breast cancer, forcing her to cancel all pressure with the album, including the tour. She received the diagnosis the same weekend her father died. Wow. The Newton John recovered and later became an opposite of breast cancer research and other health issues. She was a spokesperson for the Lit Kit, breast self-explanation product. She was also part owner of the Gala Retreat Spa in Byron Bay, New South Wales. Newton John's advisory with health issues was presaged by her prior involvement with brain elimination causes. Newton John canceled a 1978 concert tour in Japan and preserve the slaughter of dolphins caught in tuna fishing nets. Wow. She eventually rescheduled the tour when the Japanese government assured her that the practice being curbed. Okay, I don't know what to do here. Anyway, concerned with these beautifully evolved creatures, as she called them, in the warm and tender liner notes album. But anyway, it's also expressed in the 1981 song Pan Piece, The Promise of Dolphin song. Okay? This describes one of the most tender, heartfelt vocals of the singer's career. She said that the promise from Physical was inspired by and even channeled by dolphins she met at Sea Life Park in Hawaii. And insisted it was strange. The morning after I was in pools, I woke up and the words the melody were in my head. I was thinking it was a gift from them, okay? She was a performer in the 1979 music UNICEF concert for the UN's International Year of the Child televised worldwide. For the concert, artists performed songs for this way donated for royalties. Some preferably benefit the cause, but she was appointed to go well ambassador for the United Nations Environment Programming. Okay, makes sense anyway. In 1991, she became a national spokesperson to call it Environment Fund, CHEC for short, Children's Health and Environment Coalition. Anyway, following the death of William's tumor, 5-year-old Koya, daughter of Newton-John's friend Nancy Koya. Okay? Newton-John's cancer diagnosis also have fed the type of music she recorded. In 1994, she released Gala's One Woman's Journey, which chronicles her ordeal. It's co-produced by Newton-John for ONJ Productions. Gala was originally issued by Festival in Australia, but also distributed for various independent labels by Japan and Europe. And in 2002, it was American distributed by Hip-O Records, and the subsequent release in 2012 by Grant Hill Records, featuring Andre cover photo. Okay, Gala was the first album in which Newton-John wrote all about the music and lyrics herself, and this encouraged her to become more active in songwriting thereafter. The singer more matter what you do inside the Australian top 40. The second single, Banishry theme, Don't Cut Me Down, was also used in the film It's My Party, okay? The Latin feel, not gonna give into it, okay? This became heavily showcased in concert performance, The Way of Love, okay? Was featured in the telefilm A Christmas Romance. And Trust Yourself was incorporated with both in the TV movie, The White Girls, and the theatrical flick Sordid Loves, okay? In 1991, she became the national spokesperson of the... Oh yeah, I already read that already. Anyway. Newton-John was listed as president of the ISO, a man basking shark society between 1998 until 2005. In the same year, 2005, she was Stronger Than Before, sold eventually in the United States by Hallmark, okay? This is our second exclusive album for Hallmark cards. Initially, the first album for Christmas, after a special Christmas film album, okay, makes more sense. Anyway, after first successful Christmas album, "'Tis the Season" with Vince Gill, 5 years earlier, proceeds the album's sales benefits briefcase research. The album featured the song "Planetary Woman," based on the poem by Maya Angelou. Featured the guest vocals of Diane Carroll, Beth Nelson Chaplin, Dale Grimmon, Amy Owen, Polly LaBelle, and Mindy Smith. Okay, it makes more sense anyway. All survivors are affected by cancer, okay? The following year, Newton John released a healing CD, Grace and Gratitude. The album was sold especially by Walgreens. Okay. Also benefit the various charities includes YME, National Breast Cancer Association. The CD was part of the Body, Heart, Spirit Wellness Collection. It was also featured the rebranded kit and Breeze health diversity supplements. Okay. She recorded some tracks with Grace Gratitude. Excuse me. In 2010, it released the album Grace and Gratitude Renewed in the Green Hill music label, and the renewed CD on the new track Help Me to Heal, not featured in the original album. And in 2008, she raised funds to help to build the earlier Newton John Cancer and Wellness Center in Melbourne, Australia. She had a 3-week, 228 kpm walk along with the Great Wall of China during April, joined by various celebrities and cancer survivors throughout her track. The walk symbolized the steps cancer patients that must take on the road to recovery, okay? She released a accompanying CD as a celebration of the song. The following month in Australia and later worldwide, featured new previously recorded duets by Olivia Newton-John and friends, including Jen Iron, Jimmy Barnes, John Fryer, Barry Gibb of the Easy Beats, the Bee Gees, excuse me, forget it. What I'm talking about here. Anyway, Delta Gurdrum, Sun Ho, Richard Marks, Cliff Richard, Linda Stringer, Amy Scott, and Keith Urban. In 2016, Newton John reteamed with Amy Scott and Beth Newton Kevin with the former children for the album Live On, okay? Newton John was featured in the Omi Globe entertainment brief cancer or narco drama 1 Minute. Released in October 2010, the documentary was made by actress Nomia Sang Joyery. I pronounced his last name. Anyway, and featured on over celebrities who have survived brief cancer and who are affected by the disease. So, during that same month, Blue Water Productions released a comic book featuring Newton John to conclude the Brief Cancer Awareness Month. Okay? Later career. Okay? Now, let's see how long I record this for. An hour. I'm near close to be an hour. Okay? And then I'll be right back. Okay? Anyway. Newton Johns continued to record and perform popular orchestra music as well. In 1998, she recorded in Nashville, where she recorded Black in the Heart album in number 59 pop charts. The album recorded her to the top 10, number 9, to the top 2 country albums charts, okay? Its first single was re-recorded in I Honestly Love You, produced by David Foster, featuring Kenneth Babyface Emmons and background vocals, okay? They charted in the pop number 67 and AC number 18 charts. Country radio dismissed the song, and it did peak at number 16 on the country sales charts, okay? The album ranked track Love's the Gift won Newton John 1999 Daytime Emmy Award for Outstanding Retro Song after being featured in the daytime serial as World Turns, okay? During October and December 1998, Newton John Farham and Emmy Warrell performing the main events tour, okay? The album highlights the main event, peaking number 1 in December. The feature was certified 4 times platinum. Won the ARIA Award, finest selling Australian CD of the 1999 awards, okay? Was also notified the best adult country album, okay? For the 2000 Summer Olympics, okay? Newton-John was in Furham, routinely to perform Dare the Dream, okay? During the Parade of Nations of the Open Ceremony broadcast, the ceremony was viewed by 3.5 billion people around the world. In December 1998, following the hiatus of around 16 years, Newton-John also resumed touring by herself. And in 2000, released a Sea Soul CD, One Woman's Life Journey, anyway. Her first live album since 1981's live performance, okay? Okay, whatever. I did not know what's going on. Anyway, Newton-John's subsequent albums was released performing in Australia in 2002. She released two quotations too. Anyway, a duet featuring mostly Australian artists, Tina Arena. Darren Hayes, Jimmy Lowe. Okay, anyway, Charlie O'Keefe, Billy Trope, and Keith O'Brien, as well as a duet with Bliffy Disease, Peter Allen. In addition to quotes, anyway, offer a hit 12 track with a sample version of Fresco with Newton-John, which Newton-John later performed eventually the concert instead of more than a rock style original. Wow. The album's 2004 Japanese record release includes a bonus track, Let Me Be Me. A duet with Cliff Richard, who says she previously seen on Suddenly, and songs they call Heathcliff, okay? In 2002, Newton-John was also adopted in the Australia's ARIA Hall of Fame. Produced by Phil Rami, okay? Recording in the individual recording studios in Marlborough from ONJ Productions. Another Woman song was released on October 2004 in Australia. The tribute album featured Newton-John covered songs by artists such as John Bees, I don't know. The Carpenters, Doris Day, Nina Somai, Minnie Robinson, and so much more. She dedicated the album to her mother, who had died from previous year of breast cancer. Indigo was released in the UK in 2005 April, and in Japan in March 2006. And rebranded with its version called Portraits, a tribute to a great woman. A song was originally issued in the United States in 2011. Wow. Anywho. Oh, man. Newton-John also released several Christmas albums. In 2000, she teamed up with Vince Gill and the London Symphony Orchestra for "'Tis the Season," so especially for Hallmark. The following year, she released the Christmas Collection, which combined seasonal music previously recorded for her Hallmark Christmas Collection. Her appearance on Kenny Loggins' status, 1999 TNN's Christmas special, and her contributions for the Mother and Child and Spirit of Christmas multi-artist collection. Green Hill Records released an album with a different artwork in 2010. In 2007, she teamed with her Grace and Carly Drew producer Amy Sky with her Christmas Wish from number 187 at Pop, which is sold exclusively by Target in its following year of release. Newton-John occasionally since two of a kind, okay? Makes sense anyway. She appeared in support roles in the 1996 AIDS drama It's My Party 2000. She appeared in the very different role that Bissy's May Harden, okay? Bisexual, former country singer and Del Soares, so did Lives. Newton-John inspired her role for Short Days Lives, the series. She was shared one season on the Walgo television network. Okay. series featuring 5 original songs, which were written and composed by Newton John, especially the show. In 2010, Newton John starred in the film score the hockey musical, was released in Canada. She portrayed Hope Gordon. Okay. The mother of the homeschooled hockey fraternity. The film opened in 2010 Toronto International Film Festival. Okay. Be right back, because I have to get a drink. Okay? Be right back. I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I just came back and wanted to do this, but after Olivia Newton-John, I'm saving some dev topics another time. But right now, this is my. I'm not gonna read much about NH, Queen Elizabeth II, Laura Lynn, and of course, let me see what else I got. Okay. I'll read Angela Lansbury. But, yeah. You know what? Yeah, and Angela Lansbury, yeah. That have to wait till next week. Okay? Because right now, I don't have much dev topics left besides from this. Okay? Just because. Okay? But anyway. Let's continue on. Okay? Now, where are we? Oh, yes, in 2008, no, where are we? Newton John was role, stop. Okay. Newton John's television work includes starring in 2 Christmas films, A Mom for Christmas, 1990, and A Christmas Romance, 94. Both top 10 Nelson hits. Her daughter Chloe stars one of the children's, but both Christmas Romance and the 2001 Showtime film, The Wild Girls. Newton John guest stars himself. In the sitcoms, Not Ned, Stacy, Murphy Brown, and Bay. And also made 2 appearances herself on Glee. Okay? In 2008, Newton John took a part of in the BBC Wales program called Coming Home, about a Welsh family history. And also in that year, Newton John joined Aunt Marie on Marie's last album, titled Duels, Friends, and Legends. Okay, she sang Jordan Lightfoot's hit called Jenny's and with Murray. Okay, for her first Glee's appearance, Newton John's recreate their first goal video for series regulars such as Jane Lynch. Okay, yeah. The performance was released as a digital single, okay, which peaked at number 89 in the Billboard 100 in May 2010. I'll still drink some water, but anyway. Be right back, folks. Let me see how long this is. Okay, we're still good at death topics and all of these. That's good. We're still gonna do much, but that's good. We're gonna continue doing Bill Wilson next week. But that's just me. But anyway. But anywho, where was I? Oh yes, in Australia, Newton Johns hosted the Animal and Nature series Wildlife. And guest starred Jonia in 2 episodes in an Australian series, The Man for Snowy River. Wow. Excuse me. Newton John released another concert DVD, Olivia Newton-John, the Sydney Symphony, live at the Sydney Opera House. Wow. And the Conversion CD, her third live album titled Olivia's Live Hits. An edited version of the DVD premiered on PBS station WLIW, Garden City, New York in October 2007. In January 2011, Newton Johns began film and comedy and viewing The Best Man. In Australia with director Stephen Elliott in the role of mother and the bride. Wow. The groom is played by Xavier Samuel. In 2012 into 2022. New and John actively toured and doing concerts 2012-2017. And also performed heartfelt shows in 2018. Our days in the summer night with Olivia Newton-John, even include stops in Asia and Canada, and combined a rare concert appearance in London in 2013. Her March 2013 UK track, also accomplished the Bournemouth, Brighton, Birmingham, Manchester, and Cardiff, Wales. In November 2012, New and John teamed up with John Travolta to make the comedy charity album This Christmas. In support of the 11 New and John Cancer Wellness Center, the Jeff Travolta Foundation. Artists featured in the albums include Barbara Westland, James Taylor, Chick Julia, and Kenny G, Tony Bennett, Cliff Richard, and the Count Basil Orchestra. In 2013, the residency began with the Flamingo Las Vegas was postponed to 2015 residency of the Flamingo Las Vegas was postponed due to the May 2013 death of her eldest sister, Ronnie, at age 72. Excuse me, looking at for the brain tumor. New and John resumed performing through 45 shows. Began in 2014 April. Along the Vegas show, New and John released their new LP in April 2014, entitled Hotel Sessions, which consists of 7 tracks and released demos that are the recordings between 2002 and 2011, which are her nephew, Brett Goldsmith. Okay? The CD contains a cover of Broken Wings, as well as a popular with fans, original Best of My Love, which I believe on the internet many years prior. Her Vegas stay was eventually extended beyond August 2014, and her Summer 9's residency finished in December 2016 after 175 shows. A successful 3-year run, probably did a 4th live album. Summer Nights Live in Las Vegas 2015. New and John also united with John Furham in a joint venture called Two Strong Hearts Live. In 2015, New and John was a great guest judge on the episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. That same year, she scored her first #1 single on Billboard's Dance Club songs, okay? Charts that, you happen to believe, okay? With Doris, Chloe, and producer Dave Audie. The song was reimagined with her 1980 single Magic, which she noted that she would celebrate both the 30th anniversary of Exile and the dedication to her daughter. About Larry New John said, I met Chloe Stad at the set of Exile. Without the film, Chloe would be here, okay? She was the real magic that came out of the film. The song became the first mother-daughter single to reach #1 on the Billboard Dance Club Play chart. In 2015, New and John was inducted in the Music Victoria Hall of Fame. In 2017, she collaborated with new North American singer-songwriters Beth Nelson Champlin and Amy Sky on a joint concert tour entitled Live On, and produced a CD by the same name. On May 7, 2019, New and John's elder brother Hugh, her daughter, died at 80. His death left New and John's sole surviving sibling. Wow. In recognition of her work and the entertainer financial representative, something like that, she pretended that Australia's highest order and the Declaration Order of Australia in June 2019. In December 2019, excuse me, anyway. Newton-John Julia is also a team of free live Greece sing-along events in the four cities of Tampa, West Palm Beach, and Jacksonville. Okay? So, lately, a song of rebroadcast agrees and air on CBS television. On February 2020, Newton-John appeared on the Firefight Australia charity event. It was her final public appearance. In January 2021, Newton-John released her final single, Window in the Wall, a duet about eternity, which she was recorded her daughter Chloe Radsley. The music video was song peaked at number 1 on the iTunes Pop Music Video charts the week of the release. In the media, in 2019, it was announced that Newton-John was among hundreds of artists whose material was destroyed in the 28,008 Universal Fire. Wow. It's sad, I know. On November 2nd, 2019, during the adoption hundreds of memorial items in Newton-John's career, the sales raised $2.4 million. Newton-John's Grease outfit gross generated $700,000. Wow. $45,700. Excuse me. Yeah. Her pants and jacket was purchased separately by two different billionaires. Sarah Bakley, founder of Spanx, bought Newton-John's black Spanx pants from Grease from $262,000. The anonymous buyer who buying the famous Grease leather jacket from $43,200, 185 pounds, returned the item to her and said it should not sit in the billionaire's closet, with Country Club bragging her rights. This odds being recurring cancer using the newest emerged February for the 1,000-fold graver that someone appearing out of the blue. Found your most famous and cherished icon. It was returned to you. All proceeds was donated to Cancer and Wellness Research Center Australia. Jesus. Anyway, musical legacy. Her first boyfriend, Ian Furpo, once said in the early appearances, in those days she had a small voice. She was very purr. She could sing pretty tune. The improvement of her singing since she was in England, went to England to remarkable. She told me Shirley Bassey has been a big influence of her. After hearing Bassey, she worked in developing her head voice. Sound like a chest voice. There was Bassey used hers, okay? The power she developed is amazing. Michael Dwyer of Cindy Morin Her was maintains the following. Newton-John's career was like watching her slightly older and braver sister growing up in the public. In her passing, fused today that lost number of the family. Rachel Stern of The New Yorker was also suggests that Emmanuel, down to earth, dominator, and humanity may have been some responder, singing accomplishments. Her most lasting legacy might have been a rare celebrity who was almost universally well liked. As far as an initially kind of well-hearted person. Her musical abilities with her own merits was also impressive. In her 1982 Olympic concert performance of Dolly Parton's Joanne, okay, Newton-John showcased a dull falling note range covered the updates, okay, however, offered Lauren O'Neill's rights. She sang with clarity, I can't pronounce this word, sorry, pedestrian. Her high notes by open like a window on the summer morn. Pronation. Her high notes was by open like a window on a summer morn, but her voice was never cardinal. A sorry purr, a might cry, or briefly gaps seem always available to her. Vocal of her hopelessly devoted to you with her Grease. It is clean and sorry, but her here is to write down the dirt with Sandy as well, to feel and perhaps eventually firefighting with her total frustration with herself, and she recites between notes while singing out my head. She saw us an emotional free fall as way she was telling us about it. Long before and after the career of submitted degrees, Newton-John proved herself be a very visual performer. Mara Johnston of Vulture says Newton-John was regular chart topper throughout the 70s. Virtual Subaru against adopting the self-pop sound, and said every year with AM Gold. Samples with the top the folk in the country world. It turns out Newton-John's voice was pretty well sorted. The spiky dance pop what that would become the popular in the early 80s as well. However, Stephen Thomas Urey of the Los Angeles Times offered the country part of her career design declined in the mid-80s that the harness never was Newton-John's comfort zone. Though in the 80s was much harder in the decade in the 70s. And there are more from the 70s studio sessions that give away to the cold. Civilized Gleam in the 80s, story sound that suit her well only once. Excuse me. The Twilight new wave of the twist of fate produced by David Foster Johnson for maintains her pop headache translating attempts to mostly I can't the mouse people. Spencer. I don't know what that means. Hold her, anyway. And by the time she stopped having her many new beds, her musical legacy has been pretty well spoiled. Anyway. The new Jones work inspired by many female art vocalists, including Julia Hayford, Lisa Wall, Kylie Margolis, Dolly Gorham, Natalie Maines, and Natalie Miles Day, something like that. Now, personal life. I know you've been talking about this in about past hour. Relationships. In the mid-60s, she dated Australian actor and that singer in Purple. Her career started in the 65 musical film Funny Thing Happened on Down Under, okay? They met in late 1962, and Purple attended a coffee shop and Newton-John's group Solo 4 performed. When the relationship continued, Newton-John returned to England in 1966. In 1968, Newton-John was engaged and never married Bruce Welch, okay? One of the early producers and co-writers in the hit Please Mr. Please, okay? In 1972, Newton-John ended a relationship with Welch, who certainly attempted suicide. Wow. In 1973, while vaccinated of the French Rebellion, Newton-John met British businessman Lee Kramer, who became both their new boyfriend and manager. Newton-John was with Kramer on and off, and they stayed with the couple until 1979. She called it their prominent period one lifelong breakup. Kramer secretly returned to England and married, and he also managed vocalist Christian Kittas. Kramer died in 2017. Newton-John married her longtime partner, actor Matt Wazian in December 1984. The couple had met in 1980 while filming Glass Oxanu. They divorced in 1995, the year I was born. According to People magazine, people close to the couple cited the disparity between her spiritual interest and more earthly wants and the key factor of this relation. The couple remained friends. Their daughter, Chloe Rose, was born January 1986. Newton-John met Grafford Cameron and Patrick Dormant a year after their 1995 divorce with Matt Romney, something like that. I don't know. The couple dated and on and off for 9 years. Devon eventually disappeared from the 2005 fishing trip on the California coast. Newton-John was in Australia at her gala retreat in Spa at the time as McDermott's disappearance. Wow. The United States Coast Guard eventually, based on the then available evidence and released in 2008, suggested McDermott was lost in sea. With a friend, and the estimators McDermott disappeared sad thought not McDermott after the breakup. In April 2010, private investigator hired by American Intelligence Program claimed that McDermott is alive and had faked his death for a life insurance payout, but not provide proof beyond their own statement by the confronted. I'm going to say that claims that have not yet made. Provided by an Australian tabloid that McDermott is living in Mexico. Wow. Newton-John married John Esterling, founder and president of the Amazon Herb Company in Amazon, Peru, in June 21st, 2008. For a legal ceremony 9 days later, June 30th, 2008. Wow. In Jupiter Island, Florida. Residence and citizenship. Okay. Though principally raised in Australia, she remained British subject for childhood. Did not formally become an Australian citizen until 1981, with the application that was expedited by the then Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser. After relocating from Britain into America in 1975, Newton-John set up residence in Malibu, California, where for 4 years, something like that, she owned several properties, and included a horse ranch and beach houses. In June 2009, Newton-John and her second husband, John Esterling, purchased a new $4.1 million home in Jupiter Antill, Florida. And in 2015, cars were named Christopher Pardery community suicide in the estate, something like that, which is time up to sale. For the definite price probably Richard on off in the markets for 2 years, but eventually sold in 2015 to the Swedish advertising excuse for $5.1 million. In 2015, the couple purchased a $5.3 million 12-acre horse ranch in the Salinas Valley outside of San Bernardino, California. It was offered a sale in 2019, but was not sold. She was living there at the time of her death. In 2019, Newton Death was sold 187-acre house Australian farm. She had owned nearly 4 years and was located near Byron Bay, New South Wales. The Duffwood estate sold $4.6 million in 1980. Newton-John has paid $622,000 for the property, which she had eventually let enjoy for both 1983 and 2002, which as in 2017, wherever she considered herself to be British, or an Australian-American citizen. She said, "I'm still an Australian." Newton-John also, she said, and she is English and Australian. In December 2019, she expressed as a girl born in Cambridge, England, very proud of my British identity, and so British to be recognized to be the way to be by the United Kingdom. Her illness and death began May 2017. It was announced that Newton-John's breast cancer returned to metastasis by her lower back. Her back pains has initially been diagnosed as Skynia, have announced it anyway. She eventually revealed that that was eventually her first bout with breast cancer, as she had residence of the disease in 2013. In addition to her initial 1992 diagnosis, with the 2017 recurrence, the cancer was spread to her bones and progressed to stage 4 cancer. the Newton John was experiencing significant pain from the measure with bone lectures, something like that. And has spoken of using cannabis oil to ease her pain. She was eventually into her use of natural cannabis. Her daughter Chloe was on a cannabis farm in Oregon. Newton John died for cancer on August 8th, 2022. She was 73 years old at home in San Valley, California. Tributes were paid by John Drovia, Barbara Streisand, Anthony Albany, and many other celebrities. In the market respect, Mark Bloom and Sidney Lamb are many of the landmarks. In September 2022, Newton John's family held a small and very private memorial service in California for the singer who had asked to be cremated in their home ashes scattered in Burn Bay, their San Ben's ranch, and her own places that I love. A large memorial is slated to take place in early December in Melbourne, Australia, after the state of Victoria offered for Newton John's family a state funeral, which her niece, Tolly Goldsmith, has accepted. How long do I tape this for? Okay. No, 27 minutes. Okay. I still have about the next step topic, which is Michael Barnick. Okay, Barnick. Anyway, born Michael J. Barnick, okay? He was American software engineer, political figure, radio talk show host. He was a Libertarian Party nominee for President of the United States in 2004 elections. Placed fourth in the race, behind independent candidate Ralph Nader, and the two major party candidates, George W. Bush and John Kennedy. 2 years later, Barnick ran for the Republican Party in the candidates of 2006 congressional elections for Texas 10th congressional district seat near Austin. In the free seat candidate field, Barnick came in third and receiving 603 votes for 4.3% of the vote. He was born on August 1st, 1954 in Auburn, Indiana. Anyway, his political career began that emphasized racial liberty, personal responsibilities, and spreads others to alternate impressions in the United States coalition. All of his positions are from this foundation. In economics, Barnick believe in the combination, okay? Can't pronounce these words, sorry. A system with which the only function of the government went from the foundation of initial rise in the initiation for force and fraud. He therefore involves installations such as welfare and business regulation, okay? He first ran in the public office in 2000 in Revelation, earning 15,921 votes, 17%, in the race in the Texas Register District 47. In 2002, he ran for the President District of 48 seat, receiving 1,084 votes, or 2%, that is. I was a member of the Libyan Free State Project. Now, I'm not going to go over all of this, rest of this. Now I'll move on to the death topic. He died from heart failure in his home from, he did the, heart failure, stop. He did the United States Presidential Campaign 2004, United States Constitutional Campaign 2006, and Barnick delivered a keynote speech 2007, New Hampshire Liberty Cup Forum, which announced he merged to Ron Paul, United States Congressman from Texas 14th District, 2008 presidential election between Barack Obama and John McCain, and April 2007, He began hosting a talk radio program, writing for Fridays for Liberty, which he the People Radio Network. His final program aired on October 3rd, 2008. But anyway, in October 2008, okay, he began hosting a talk radio program at the same title, Genesis Commission Network. His final program aired on March 20th, 2009. In November 2009, he was elected one of the three Democrats in the state of Texas to again attend the 2009 Congressional Congress. Sponsored by the We the People Foundation, Scruggs re-elected the primary president of that body. Biden suffered a heart attack that morning, December 21st, 2009, while in Vernon, Wisconsin, attended a hearing regarding the Wall Mill case. After hearing that he was built by the by a car go lunch with friends, then slumped over. His friends attempted CPR and parties, then attempted CPR to revive them 3 times with no successes. Upon the first attempt, his heart was revived, but yet the encouraged behavior. He was taken to the hospital helicopter with John's Hospital GCU in Lockhart, Wisconsin. Sunday afternoon, January 10th, 2010, he was posted a message to his friends and supporters, stated that he was proven rapidly and was soon released from the hospital. And in this book, Good to Be King, he suggested that it was unnecessary to have a driver's license to drive. That was RS has no conventional authority to collect taxes. That recommends law marriages involved in 50 states. He died from heart failure at his home in San Antonio, Texas, 2 months ago. He was 68 years old. He was criminated from the Neptune Society. Again, I'm not going to read the whole rest in this microenvironment topic. Move on to Anne Heche, okay? Born Anne Crystal Heche. She was an American actress, known for her roles in a variety of genres in film, television, and theater, receiving numbers of accolades, including National Board of Review Award and number of Emmy Awards, okay? His professional acting career began on the soap opera Another World, okay? 1987 to 1991, portraying the twins Vicky Hudson and Mary Molly Love, okay? Oh, I gotta get a drink before I lose my breath here. Anyway, for which she received a Daytime Emmy Award in 1991. Anyway, her acting profile rose during the first half of the 1990s, gaining professional attention to her co-starring role in the independent film Walking and Talking 96. For her standout supporting role for crime drama starring Special in 97. High profile roles followed 97, including Volcano, I Know That What You Did Last Summer, Wag the Dog, which I remember very well. And 98, her personal roles to modernize her lead role in the romantic comedy 6 Days, 7 Nights, Hobbs and Harrison 4. Also 98, okay. She starred in Gus Von Stant's Shot by Shot Remake of Psycho. From 1999 to 2001, Hedgeworth took a fewer acting roles in production of directing projects. Most originally subject to HBO reality film, and these roles could talk to in 2000. Okay, makes sense. Anyway, her acting roles in the 2000 award focus on independent films, such as in TV series and some stage roles. In 2004, she was nominated a Tony Award for her role in the Broadway revival of the play 20th Century in the Primetime Emmy Award for the television film Gracie's Choice. Also starring in the acclaimed supporting role in the supernatural drama Birth, okay? other film roles including Singer with Brad Pitt in 2011, Catfight in 2016, My Friend Dahmer in 2017. H also starred in a number of dramatic television series, including Men in Trees 2006-2008, and of course, Hong in 2009-2011. In 2020, she appeared as a contestant in the 29th season of Dancing with the Stars. Events in Hedge's personal life was upon her acting career. From 1997 to 2000, she was a high-profile, I'm not going to say the S word, sorry, relationship with comedian Ellen DeGeneres. Sometimes described as the first gay super couple. Eventually, following her split with DeGeneres in 2000, she has a highly polarized public break. Wow, makes sense anyway. Where she appeared at the Royal Ranch House outside Frenchville, California, claiming that she be eventually named Croatia, who have taken humanly to heaven in the spaceship. In 2001, she published a mentor titled "Call Me Crazy" that illegally, child, I'm not gonna say yes, was abused by a father. He died on August 5th, 2022. He was critically injured when she was crashed into a car into a house high speed. She died at a hospital in Los Angeles on August 11, 2022. Excuse me, forget it. She was 53 years old. But I wonder what movie she's in. I'm not gonna read the whole biography. But anyway, she was in these quality movies. I could 92. She was in 93. Okay, there we go. And that, that's just me. But anyway, that's all it is. That's just me. But anyway, my next step topic, I am gonna read Queen Elizabeth II. Next, best known as Elizabeth II, better known as Elizabeth Alexander Mary. Now, if this happens, my next, after this is over, after this, and 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's gonna be, some of these are short, some of these are long. I'm gonna see how long this is. I'm not gonna read the whole thing like I did back in, 100 and, 200 plus, 200 something episodes, I don't know, we'll see. Now, Elizabeth II was, a queen of the United Kingdom and another Commonwealth realms from February 6, 1952 until death in 2022. She's a queen regent of 32 larger states, okay? During her lifetime and 15 and time of her death. Her reign of 70 years and 214 days was the longest of any British monarch and the longest survived reign of any female monarch in history. Will was born Mayor of London and the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Later, King George the Sixth and Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother. Okay, her father achieved the throne in 1936, among the administration of brother Edward the 8th. Okay, making the then Princess Elizabeth the heir pardon if I'm pronouncing it. Anyway, she was educated privately in his home and began to undertake public duties during the Second World War. Serving as a observatory service in November 1947. And she married Prince Philip Mountbatten, a former prince of Greece, someone else, and Denmark. And then marriage lasted until 73 years until his death in 2021. And they had 4 children, Charles and Andrew and Edward. When her father died in February 1952, Elizabeth, then 25-year-old, became queen of 7 independent Commonwealth countries: the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Pakistan, and Skydon. Known today as Sri Lanka. As well as the head of Commonwealth, Elizabeth resigned as as a constable monarch for major political changes, such as the Troubles, Northern Ireland, Dubai in the United Kingdom, larger in Africa, United Kingdoms, nation of Europeans, colonies, and withdrawals in the European Union. The number of the realms at that time, territories gained independence, of some realms became republics, okay? As Queen, Elizabeth would serve as more than 170 prime ministers across her realms. Her main historic visits means included state visits to China in 1986, to Russia in 1994, and the Republic of Ireland in 2011, and meetings to 5 popes. Wow. Significant events includes Elizabeth's coronation in 1953, and the celebration of her silver, gold, diamond, and platinum gobies in 1977, 2002, 2012, and 2022, respectively. Although she faced allegations with publication, some of that and media combinations of her family, initially after the breakdowns of Miss George's marriage, her annual celebration in 1992, and the death in 1997 of her former daughter-in-law, Diana, Princess of Wales. Support of the monarchy of the United Kingdom remained culturally high throughout her lifetime, and their personal prosperity. She died in 2022 of last month. She was 96 years old in Bashwood Castle in Aberdeenshire. She was 96 years old. As received her eldest child, Charles III. Her state funeral was the first to be held in the United Kingdom since the Winston Churchill in 1965. My next step topic has to do with what Billy requests me to do, Warrior Land. Okay? Now, I'm gonna read that, and then I have to read like so many small depth topics like these, and like yeah, because after this, oh man, how long do I read this for? An hour 43 minutes. Good. Anyway, Warrior Lynn Webb. Okay, she was best known as Warrior Lynn Webb. Okay, was an American singer songwriter. Her career spanned 6 decades in country west music. Okay, Lynn released multiple gold albums. She had hits such as "You Ain't Woman Enough," "Take My Man," "Don't Come Home to Drinking," "With Loving on Your Mind." Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, Once Away, First Fifth City, Coal Miner's Daughter in 1980. The film Coal Miner's Daughter was made based on her life. Lynn's received Man Awards, another acceleration of groundbreaking role in country music. Including awards above the Country Music Award Association and the Academy of Country Music, and the duet partner and the official artist. She was nominated 18 times for the Grammy Award, won 3 times. This year, which is October 4th, she was the most awarded female. No, October 4th she passed. Anyway, as of this year, Lynn was the most awarded female country recording artist, the only female ACM award of the decade, 1970s. She scored number 24 number 1 hit singles and number 11 number 1 albums. She had 57 years of touring on the road, and after she discovered her stroke in 2017 and broke her hip in 2018, she died October 4th, 2022 at the age of 9 in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Now, let's move on to my next step topic. And these are going to be very short, okay? Which is Julie Tentuna, best known as Julie Len Tentuna. She was an American comedian, actress, and comedy musician. She was best known for her whimsical and brash personality of Love Goddess, mixing it with assault comedy, also humor, self-promotion, and body on stage antics. Throughout her career, she was built a niche, but was only following, probably among members of LGBTQ community. She wrote 2 comedy books, received 2 nominations for the Grammy Award for Best Comedy Album. She was born on November 7, 1949, in Oak Park, Illinois. One of the 9 siblings, okay? She was born there and into the one-man comedy family, the Polish mother, John, and her Italian father, Jester. She grew up in the sunny Irish Catholic neighborhood. Graduated from Administrative Mary High School in Westchester, Illinois, and attended the University of Illinois in Chicago, where she was a major in theater. Her interest in comedy began when she took an improv comedy class with the Chicago Improv Group, the Second City. Shortly thereafter, she started opening for other comedies in Chicago. Anyway, I'm not going to read other ventures. I'm going to read her comedy career. Anyway. She began her comedy career performing her openers in small-time shows on the Chicago career in the 70s, okay? Now, okay, I'll be right back. Back, folks. Sorry about that, everyone. I was drinking water because I couldn't breathe, and I'm just got done drinking and other things, but I'm back and just want to read some death topics, but get back on that. Anyway, during her first performance, Tarantino shocked audiences by dressing up as the Victoria Mary, after being encouraged by her friends to incorporate his accordion info into her routine. She began to develop the character and the iconic personality, the wisecracking wild goddess. Anyway, after being reputation of one of the highest buff young comics around, she left Chicago and moved to New York City to host an HBO comedy special with Ellen DeGeneres, Rhea Robert, and Paula Poundstone. Wow. Okay. For the late 80s, she uprooted again, moving to Los Angeles, where she published her book for Variety, about life in Hollywood. During her life in Los Angeles, Tarantino harbored a very independent attitude, only rejected Hollywood beauty standards and celebrity life. She continued to perform on national tours in years afterwards, okay? Making special visits to the Chicago court, okay? Now, I was not going to read this, but I'm going to read it anyway. Other adventures began when Tarantino's using her voice when her stand-up at herself to voice herself overwork. Several animated programs. This includes doing the voice of Anna on Dogman, Munch Kelly on Cow and Chicken. Excuse me, Miss Bulgaria. In the band episode, Buffalo Gals. Okay? Black Widow on Space Goes Coast to Coast. And as herself in Dr. Cass, Professor Therapist. She appeared on a number of films and television roles, including Dogmix, Demonstrate, Samantha Wolfner, and Butch Camp, okay? And the Wild Mouth Librarian, Miss Hutcher, and Ned's classified school survival guide. And she also played a number of various minor characters on the Weird Al show, was featured on many of Weird Al Yankovic's comedy shorts and music videos. She also appeared in dozens of other minor acts and roles. In addition to her small screen acting, Tarantino has various top theatrical roles, made normally in the fashion I can't pronounce the name, sorry, Monologue, the musical. Tarantino was wrote 2 comedy books for Marley and The Power of Joyism. Anyway, released 5 comedy CDs, receiving a Best Comedy Album, Grammy nominations for the Attention But Pirates and nominations. And Goddess We Trust. She gained some mainstream nominated for the series of television and for MTV and Diet Dr. Pepper. How God help me. In the late 80s, as well as HBO, Showtime, and Lifetime specials. In 86, Tattoo also appeared on the British TV television show Saturday Live. In 86 and 89 to 90, she made several guest appearances on the show with favorite comedian Joan Rivers. 87, she mostly known her the first HBO special Woman of the Night, co-starring Elgin Jarvis, Paul Poundstone, Woman, okay? 87 and 88 came when she toured across the country with another favorite comedian's comedy legend, George Carlin. Wow. 88 to 85 came when favorite guest on the morning radio show Howard Stern, okay? 88 was the spokesgoddess for the series of Diet Dr. Pepper. Like I said, oh my god. Anyway, commercials and also film our second HBO special. In 91, she published her first book, The Power of Judaism, followed up with an audio CD version in 99. In 94, she was nominated for the first Grammy for her comedy CD, Attention But Pirates and Limitations. In 95, Tattoo was nominated for her second Grammy for her comedy CD, A Goddess We Trust. In 96, Tattoo was also a drill sergeant, Sam Ryder trained gay men and defend themselves against bullies in the film Butch Camp. 98, she commanded, produced, and starred the film Depression Boulevard, which is directed and written by Greg Ruiza of Meet the Parents Spain. In 2001, Tattoo also appeared in A View, dishing with Joy Butter, Sarah Jones, and Barbara Walters. In 2005, Tattoo also appeared in 2005 film Flirt with Anthony Escalante and Molly. 2007 came when she made a guest appearance as Miss Holler, the librarian Ned's disguised by school survival guide. And in 2011, she played Xena, the mentally aging actress, in the independent film Going Down La La Land, and the mother non-independent horror comedy Sister Mary. She'll go on to nominate for Best Actress in the 2012 Laugh or Die Comedy Fest for her performance. I'm not going to go to their stand-up routine right now because this is too much reading right now at this point. Gay rights. Snow was outspoken events for gay rights and measure of faithful following in the LGBT community during the early years of her career. She commercially performed at gay bars and clubs around Chicago. Continued to perform at gay pride festivals and events across the country until her death. She publicly stated that she always felt welcome and supported the gay community, and she offered an official website offered at same, I'm not going to say the S, marriages. Anyway, she died in Stuart City, California on October 6, 2022. She was 72 years old from stage 4 ovarian cancer, which she was being diagnosed in 2020. At the time of her death, she has been in a long-term relationship with Vern Pine. She has no children. She has been returned in Hollywood forever, Terry. My next death topic has to do with Sarah Lee. Born Sarah Ann Lee, she was an American television professionally and professional wrestler, best known as her time in WWE. In 2015, she was a female breadwinner for the 6th season of WWE Champion Tough Enough. She was born on June 7, 1992 in Sangerville, Michigan, raised in Hope Township, Michigan. She spent time in commission powerlifting. She graduated Maryland High School in 2010. Went on to study diagnostic medical surgery in Delta College in Bay City, Michigan. In June 2015, Lee was on one of the 13 finalists in the 6th season of WWE competition Tough Enough. After being at risk of elimination 5 times throughout the scores combination, August 25th, Lee was chosen the fan vote of one of the winners, along with Josh Brenny. One of the $250,000 one-year contract with WWE. During the final, Lee adopted the ring name Hope as one of the last singles match with Alyssa Fox, okay? In September, Lee was assigned to WWE territory NXT, based in WWE's Performance Center in Orlando, Florida, to begin training. Returning to her real name, Lee was final appearance in NXT live event January 16, 2016, where she delivered a heel promo. Okay, she made her in-ring debut in January 30th live event during a 6-diva tag team match. She also involved with Tough Enough Premier Mandy Rose. On September 30th, 2016, she was released from her WWE contract. Wow. Well, that makes more sense. Anyway, she married former WWE wrestler Wesley Reagan December 30th, 2017. They have 3 children. She died on October 5th, 2022. She was 30 years old. Cause of death was not made publicly available. Wow. Wow. My next step topic has to do with Ivy Joe Hunter. Best known as George Ivy Hunter. No, it was an American R&B songwriter, producer, singer. Most of it is working from Motown in the 60s. He was born in August 28th, 1940 in Detroit, Michigan. Hunter was trained in orchestral music and primarily trumpet and keyboards. After a stint in the United States Army, Hunter began performing as a singer in partial soul venues and around Detroit, Michigan, where he became friends with songwriter Hank Crosby. Crosby introduced him to Motown's first A&R man, William Mickey Stevenson. Hunter played keyboards in Motown sessions before Stevenson began working with him in the songwriter. He became principal in the Motown's Records House Band. Okay, he began to write some of the most significant hits in the early Motown years. Okay. Her songs include The Spinners, True Yours, and Sweet Thing. The top line, Sorry is a Sorry World. The Ozzy Brothers, Beyond the Pain Small. Love is a Love Forever. And that's a Lonely. And Love is a Swear and Another. And the Four Tops, with Marty Gaines and Stevenson's, he co-wrote the Martha and the Valley Deals at Dance in the Street, which in the fall of 1964 provided American counterpart to the British innovation. Hunter was also produced and wrote songs from modern talents artists such as the Vaudettes, their single That's a Funny Way, Commentators, the 1964 hit Can You Jerk With Like Me. The Vaudettes, their hits Dangerous Heartbreak, Dead Head. And I'll Keep It All in You. Hold on, Gray's Nights and the Peps, the album track The Stranger, and Clay, who he produced the top 40 hit single You in '68. Hunter continued to write, produce, and serve as a session musician, and performed as a vocalist. He recorded a great deal of material with Motown during the 1960s. He included demos and combinations, but nothing was released until 1970. But Motown issued as a Ivy Joe single and the soon-to-be discontinued VIP label entitled I Would Never Win the gave this Beverly. Wow. The following year, another single on VIP was issued entitled I Still Love You. Okay? And now it was also planned under the title Ivy Joe's in the Bag, was shelved shortly after he left Motown. In 1970, he contributed the Funkadelic, Mommy's, Funkadelic, okay? That band in his first album. He also co-produced an album for Weekies, band was William Howard's, former lead singer of Dramatics, which includes hit Hold On to Your Dream, okay? Which has become the favorite of graduation ceremonies. In 2009, he co-part of the celebration of Motown's 50th anniversary. He died on October 6, 2022. No cause of death was given. He was 82 years old. My next death topic has with Nikki Fink, okay? Barry was an American blogger, journalist, publisher, and writer. She was a consummate playing business at Media LLC and singer initial combination of PBB. Yeah, I'm skipping my time. Sorry about that. Anyway, run by Media owner Jay Pesky. She also founded and was the chief executive officer of Hollywood Dementia LLC and this website HollywoodDementia.com for showbiz short feature. And she then went on to found and editor-chief and president of Deadline Hollywood, a website with original content suiting her and other veteran showbiz journalists reporting the community and business of the entertainment industry. With the website is formerly known as Deadline Hollywood Daily. In December 2011, she was given the initial title of the initial advisor to the parent company, Pesky Media Corporation, that is. Anyway, she was one of the two daughters' Jewish parents, Robert and Doris Fink, on December the 16th, 1953, in New York, New York, in either Manhattan or Long Island, and where was she raised in Auburn Village in Sands Point, New York. Fink was educated in Bunkley Country Day School, and went to school before attending Wesley College. She was studying political science, was editor-chief of a school newspaper. Anyway, his first job after Wesley was in the New York Congressman Ed College, Washington, D.C. office. According to Finks, which she decided to become a reporter and after seeing how colleges and staff would graduate the journalist, as he joined the Associated Press, AP for short. Anyway, she joined the AP. Anyway, to cover her successful 1977 New York mayoral campaign and work on the AP's freshman desk in the New York's headquarters, okay? Baltimore, Boston, Moscow, and London, that is. Anyway. Funky's, Fanky, I can't remember what pronounce his name, sorry. Fanky, something like that. Anyway, later working at the Dallas Morning News. She joined the staff of Newsweek and is correspondent in Washington and Los Angeles. And then Los Angeles Times, and staff writer covering the entertainment features. Finks became West Coast editor for the New York Opposition and then New York, where she penned Hollywood business columns. She also has been working in the New York Times, Vanity Fair, Square, Opera's Bazaar, Elle, Washington Post, Swim.com, Premiere, and Los Angeles Magazine. Fink worked on LA Weekly column, Deadline Hollywood, from June 2002 until June 29, 2009. Again, the Deadline Hollywood Daily until September 29, 2009. Blog in March 2006, daily online version of a weekly column. She describes as a low form to break news of an important national industry, okay? New York Times described Finks as a digital age wire Winchell. With an in-your-face writing style was feared by Hollywood executives. Deadline became a key information portal during the 2007 writer goal of American strike. I don't know what I'm doing, but anyway, tripping her relationship, according to Times, Finks' website, which she has become a criminal form of Hollywood. But if the strike may have finally stratified her position as a Hollywood power broker? I don't know. We'll see. She was claimed that he had worked almost around the clock during the strike. In 2009, the Hollywood New Los Angeles Times noted her 2005-day vacation. In 2008, Fink was named the LA Magazine's 25 most influential woman in Hollywood list, and the He Magazine 100. Okay. In 2009, she sold Stelline to TheCrazyBunch's Media Corp, recorded $14 million, on an agreement by which she was continued to editor-chief and president of the website, which she would later feature her reporting and commentary, okay? On November 5th, 2013, Della Hollywood announced Nikki Fink's departure. On June 12th, 2014, she launched NikkiFink.com. On August 3rd, 2015, she launched HollywoodDementia.com. The site for showbiz, short fiction, website by her, and other industries, okay? Excuse me. New York Times said that Fink found himself facing a new chapter of her career, planning to leave journalism, and the wide publication about entertainment industry. That's a lot of truth and fiction, she said. There are things I'm going to be able to say in fiction that I can't say in journalism, not right now. Patrick Goldstein, a former Los Angeles Times film industry columnist, told the New York Times that everyone in Hollywood is security for terrorism about what Nikki's news site will be like. Will it liberty stories, or will it be fiction that has been disguised for the truth, okay? In May 2016, Daylight printed Finky's remembrance as how she founded Daylight Hollywood on the dedication of the website's 10-year anniversary, okay? When I started Daylight Hollywood Daily, it was started way back in 2006, called Way Back in 2006. I need a quicker way to report breaking entertainment news. That was weekly newspaper column, okay? Started by DOL, DaylightHollywoodDaily.com for $14 and change. So I did set out the disruptor, one internet jurist, to create something that out of nowhere that would put Hollywood trades back on the late heels. And today, on the pesky media ownership in the website worth $100 million, a woman that embraced balls, attitude, and reference hustle, she told the truth that about the modules who have industry report scoop spurs. On February 1st, 2017, Fink rejoined Husky's Media Company. That is exciting. Anywho, in 2006, Finky's LA Weekly, something like that, sorry, comes from first place in the afternoon Weekly's awards in the category of media reporting criticism correlation over 50,000. Okay, in 2007, Finky won the Los Angeles Press Club's Southern California Journalism Award for Internet Journalism of the Year, with the judges of the comedy reading Nikki Fink's astonishing coverage in Hollywood's and internet habits almost feels like a guilty pleasure. She makes the news with a fearless finger wagging, okay? That's just fun to read no matter what the subject is. She tackles what the industry was without the kitty gloves, and she seems to have the comments on the beat, okay? Into the 2007 Out Weekly Awards, Deadline won second place. Wow. A studio executive said it thinks she's very, very, very exclusive. Exclusively so, she will have to be supposedly private combination with two other people. And there is a site within an hour. Charlie Cohen's Forex Diaries publisher called it once a generation talent. However, what other questions thinks harsh tone it, somebody citizens portrait for Indiano unnamed sources, and initially given better to her favorites and favorite choices such as Ari Marshall, something like that, Ari Marshall, something like that, and Wild Mayor. In 2008, she was criticized for both first posting a Sony press release and her own and analyst with criticizing the release without updating the timestamp. In early 2009, Fink was using regular vocabulary alluring. The Devil Hollywood Daily reported about the director of the third Twilight Zone. Wow. 34, Fink became engaged to Jeffrey W. Greenberg. They were married from 1980 until the divorce in 1982. She died in Boca Raton, Florida on October 9, 2022, and following a long illness. She was 68 years old. She was survived by her sister and extended family. My next step topic has to do with Michael Collin. Anyway, born Martin Harris Collinoff, okay? He was best known as an American actor, best known for originating the role of Riff in West Side Story and Broadway, and his film roles of Columbia Pictures, notably Digit Goes Hawaiian and returns in Cat Balu, okay? She was born in Pennsylvania with a Jewish family. Collin sang and danced as a teenager. Okay. On November 22nd, 1935. Anyway, by the age of 15, he was dancing in local nightclubs. 2 years later, Collin moved to New York City and performed under the name Mickey Collin. Collin's first break came when he was cast as a boyfriend in 1954 and cast as a star in 1955. He was a dance part. In his dance part, Grace Carno appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show and Chance of a Lifetime. When he was 21, he auditioned for Jerome Robbins for the role of Riff. Wow. In the original Broadway production of West Side Story from 1957 until 1959, he auditioned several times before getting the role. He scored given the production personal triumph from October 1957. There was a report for studios' interest in him. Collin was seen by talent scout Joyce Stelznick, who worked for Columbia Pictures. Columbia was a youth talent drive at the time and signed Collin with a 7-year deal in June 1958. He had been using the name Mickey Collin, but was using the name Michael Collin. Stelznick said Collin only wanted to sign a 2 pictures a year contract, but she persuaded him that it was one permanent benefit extra exposure that was the studios wanted given it under the long-term deal. Okay. Columbia Pictures. Columbia Pictures' first role with the Collin was a production that came to be Columbia in 1959. Starred Gary Cooper. Columbia then considered Collin for a number of projects, such as The Mountain Road by Spiritual Right, Parish and Let No Man Like My Ivanov. Collin's second film with Columbia was a lead role in The Flying Phonies in 1959. Something like that. Same year, anyway. In October of that same year, Columbia Pictures announced that Collin was one of the 11 young names to the studio to be building up. The others were James Doran. Doran was soon-to-be wife Evie Norton, Glenn Garbett, something like that, I don't know. Carl Douglas, Joe Morrell, Margie Reagan, Joby Baker, Ryan Garrick, Joe Grayson, and Steve Blair. He co-starred with Dick Clark and Juicy Wild and Because They're Young in 1960. And have a cameo in Pee-Pee in 1960, same year. Anyway, he was unable to respire his West Side Story role in Riff in the film version due to his contract with Columbia Pictures. but he did dance in the film Gidget Goes Hawaii in 1961, opposite Dora Wally and Gidget and Dora Doji, okay? He appeared in the fantasy adventure film Mysterious Island in 1961, the same year. Okay. Colin was a joint dogs with friend Olive One and 13 West Street in 1952. Then was reunited with Wally in the fantasy comedy Bon Voyage in 1952 for Walt Disney. Anyway, back to Columbia Pictures, he appeared in the big hit in the Turns in the same year. Okay. Was one of the 4 young doctors. Zonick said at the time, Mickey is one who's very hot now. He has also had a supporting role with the Victors in 1953. As a bigger role one in the new Turns in 1964. In April of 1964, Columbia said they had been signed him to the new contract would be put him in the King Rat. In June of 1964, Columbia announced they had to sign him with a 6-picture contract. Colin did not appear in King Rat, but in 1964, he guest starred in the episodes of the television series 12 O'Clock High and Breaking Point. Okay? Breaking Point. Anyway, around the time he released an album, Town After You Must Be Joking, 65, Colin played the romantic lead in Western comedy Cat Blue in the same year, opposite Jane Fonda. In August of 65, he signed a 4-picture deal with Columbia and at one point mentioned the possible star in the space adventure Maroon 69. Television. After 8 years and 13 films Columbia Pictures, Colin landed a rewrote Peter Christopher on the NBC television sitcom Rachel Wife, made by Columbia Street Gems. Wow. At the time, Colin was married to the former Carly Champlin. The young couple lived in Beverly Hills and had 2 daughters. He engaged in a 12-day filming schedule with weekends and offered the production of a half-hour television series. He divorced Carly and was married to time Patricia Harry, the actor who played his occasional wife in the series. In 1968, he co-starred as Bill Callahan in the ABC TV production of Cole Porter's Kiss Me Kate, starring Robert Goulet, the late Robert Goulet, that is, and Carol Lawrence. His later career began when Collins' later films included Magnificent Seven Ride, Repsky and the Cat and the Carony. His opposite initial television credits include Breaking Point, which I mentioned before, Hazel, That Girl, The Name of the Game, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Outside, Mars WebMD for short, but anyway. Griff, Macmillan Wife, Bonnie Jones, 12 O'Clock High, Quincy M.E., Charlie's Angels, Simon, Fantasy Island, Love Boat, My Woman, 4 episodes of Murder, She Wrote, which I'll talk about in a little bit, 8 episodes of Love, American Style. He also played Hale B. Wells in My Wicked Ways, The Legend of Harold Flynn, and Maxwell and Superboy, and he then both produced and starred in his own film, Double Exposure, in 1982. He also returned occasionally to stage in both straight plays and musicals, including Absurd Person Singer, Killjoy, Love Letters, Hello Maya, Hello Fana, Music Man, and George M. He also appeared in off-Broadway musical Bar Master Boy in 1987. The lyric credits includes Stuck on You, 2003, and Still Alive in 2006. His television credits includes Vibrant ER. His awards like this. He was nominated for Golden Globe New Star of the Year Award in 1960 for fighting Fortnite, something like that. It won the same category the following year because very young. He has 2 daughters, Dawn and Rebecca. He died of pneumonia on October 10th, 2022, in the Motion Picture Television Country Housing Hospital in Lawrence Hill, California. He was 86 years old. Now, how long do I tape this for? Okay, that is about 3 hours of tape. For over 3 hours, okay? I've been reading all the dead topics except for Angela Lansbury. Now, I have about 4 more after this. I'm not going to read as long as I do for Angela Lansbury. Now, I read, early in this episode, I read the magazine for you guys. But I'm going to read you this top one only and not all of it. So that was it. That's just me. But, yeah. Anyway. Best known as Dame Angela Bridger Lansbury. Anyway. She was an Irish-British and American actress, singer, who has played various roles across film, stage, and television. Her career spanned in the United States spanned over 8 decades, and her work received much international attention. Well, which, by the way, I saw her in the making of Wizard Box when I first saw her, At the time of her death, she was one of the last surviving stars in the golden age of Hollywood cinema. She was spared a number of globes, including 6 Tony Awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award, 6 Golden Globes Awards, Awards of Albert Award, the Academy Honorary Award, including them, in addition to the nomination of 3 Academy Awards, 18 Primetime Emmy Awards, and Grammy Award. Lansbury was born upper middle class in central London on October 16th, which is tomorrow, by the way, of 1925. She would have been 97 tomorrow. But anyway, died Irish actress. Moya McGill and English Pilgrim, Edgar Lansbury. To escape the Blitz, she moved to the United States in 1940, studying acting in New York City. Proceeding to Hollywood in 1942, she signed to MGM, obtaining her first film roles in Gaslight in 1944. National Event in 1944, the same year, Preacher of Dorian Gray in 1945. Earned 2 Academy Awards nominations and a Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress. She appeared in 11 further MGM films, mostly in minor roles. And after her contract ended in 1952, she began supplying her cinematic work with theatrical appearances. Although she was largely seen at B-list star during this period, her roles in the films McCarthy and Kennedy in 1962 received widespread acclaim. Fiery Shine and was one of the best performances during her career. Okay, it was her third Academy Award win nomination, another Golden Globe Award nomination, Best Supporting Actress. Moving her into the musical sphere, Lansbury finally gained stardom, playing the lead role in the Broadway musical Mame in 1966, which won her for Best Tony Award and coming her as a gay icon. Wow. Which I talked about earlier in the episode. Among his difficulties in her personal life, Lansbury moved to California to County Cork, that island, in 1970. She continued to star in the virtual and theatrical appearances throughout the decade. These appearances include leading roles in the stage musicals Grimsby, Sweet Todd, and Keen and I. Now, wonder what Keen and I back then was up to. Anyway. It was a stage play. Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, as well as hit Disney film Ben Knobs and New Rooms. Never heard. I haven't seen that yet. I saw Beauty and the Beast. That was it. Moving to television in 1984. She achieved worldwide fame. The official writer and star Jessica Fletcher in the American one-night series Murder, She Wrote, which ran for 12 seasons until 1996. She became one of the longest-running series, most popular detective drama series in television history. Throughout James Drummer Productions, a company that she co-owned with her husband Peter Shaw. Lansbury presented her ownership with the series, and she was its producer during its final 4 seasons. She also moved into voice work, doing the animated series like Beauty and the Beast in 1991 and Dawn Bluth's Anastasia in 1997. She toured the vastly of international productions and continued to make appearances in films such as Nanny McPhee. Oh, I saw this in theaters. I have to remember this. Anyway, in 2005, and Mary Poppins Returns. I need to watch this so bad. 2018. Her final film role was in Glass Onion, Knives Out Mystery 2022. Okay. Leslie received an Honorary Academy Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award from the TFDA, Lifetime Achievement Tony Award, with 5 Tony Awards, 6 Grammy Awards, and Emmy Award. She also nominated for those awards. She also included the Academy Award Best Selling Actress 3 times. Various Primetime Emmy Award on 18 occasions, including 12 Emmy nominations in the role of Best Actress, Murder, She Wrote, and Grammy Award for Beauty and the Beast. In 2014, Lansbury was appointed the Dame Commander of the British Empire by Queen Elizabeth II. She was adopted as 3 biographies. She died last Tuesday. She was 96 years old. About 5 days before she turned 97. My next step topic has to do with Willie Spence, okay? She was best known as Willie Spence. He was an American singer. He was a runner-up in the 19th season of American Idol at the age of 22. He was born on June 18th, 1999 in West Palm Beach, Florida, and grew up in Douglas, Georgia after his family moved there. Spence posted online videos of him singing during his time in high school. In 2017, Vogue has posted singing in Rania song Diamonds went viral on YouTube. Video gained over 15 million views. The brought him sensational attention, including appearance on the talk show Steve, hosted by Steve Harvey. In 2021, Spence auditioned for the 19th season of American Idol. His performance received a positive recognition of the judges, and Spence ended up placing second in the auditions, only behind Chase Buckham. He was killed in a car crash in Dennis 24 Chattanooga on October 11, 2022. His death was reported by the Marion Cherry Sheriff's Office, according to WSB TV in Atlanta. He was driving a Jeep Cherokee when he was buried on I-24 around 16 ET is what that. Eastern time. Anyway, he had a vehicle struck and the car was stopped and showing the road. The driver in the vehicle was not injured. The official Instagram account of the American Idol posted a video of Spence audition the show as a tribute. Buckham and Caroline McPhee, a contestant of the show's 5th season, was previously performing with Spence, posting their own tribute to Spence on Instagram. He was 23 years old. My next step topic has to do with Mike Slank. Anyway, he was an American guitarist and actress, okay? He was close friends with the filmmaker Mark Barnett and helped Mark make a short film Calvin together. He also appeared in Barnett's in the 1999 documentary film American Movie, for which he provided music. He was also recorded an album called Songs Anew Together, okay? He also played himself in the episode of Family Guy and cameraman storytelling. He and Mark had their own series in Zero TV called Mark and Mike in 2006. Mark and Mike hosted a national television special called Mark Night of the Living Dead Live from Wisconsin on Halloween night. He died on October 13th, 2022. He was 56 years old. My next step topic has to do with Robbie Coltrane. Anyway, born Anthony Robert McCullen, he was best known as Robbie Coltrane, was a Scottish actor and comedian. Anyway, he gained worldwide recognition at Robert's Harvard, okay? and Robert's Hogwarts and Harry Potter films from 2001 to 2011, and the Nice Mountain DZ and the James Bond films Score in 1995 and Wars in 1999. He was appointed to LBE in 2006 New York Times by Queen Elizabeth II and the service of drama. In 1990, Paul Bond received the Evening Standard British Film Award Peter Sellers Award for Comedy. In 2011, he was honored by this Outstanding Commendation for Film and the British Academy of Scotland Awards. Okay. He started his career appearing alongside Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry, and Emma Thompson in sketch comedy Al Fresco in 1983 and 1984 respectively. In 1987, he started BBC miniseries Tutti Frutti alongside Thompson, for which he received the first British Academy Television Award for Best Actor nomination. Okay. Top Bond then gained national prominence, starring as criminal politician Dr. A for his first guy in the ITV television series Cracker in 1993-2006, a role which saw him receive the British Academy Television Award for Best Actor in 3 consecutive years from 1994 and 1996. In 2006, Cordry came 11th in ITV's poll with TV's 50th Greatest Stars, voted by the public. In 2006, he starred in the 4-part Channel 4 series National Treasure along with Julie Waters, along which he received the British Academy of Television Award for Best Nomination. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, back folks. Sorry about that. I just have to look at the football game and drink some water, and right now I have to see if Georgia won or not. Yeah, Georgia has won. Never mind. And now I have to read the rest of the thing right now. So shall we? So we got for us. Anyway, Okay. Cole appeared in 2 films for George Harrison's Hamite films. The Neil Jordan's Neo Noir's Mona Lisa in 1986 with Bob Hoskins and Nuns of Iran with Eric Idle. He had also appeared in Kenneth Bottom's Shakespeare adaptation Henry V in 1989, The Comedy Late Ride in 1989, while Donna's Danny the Crib Champion of the World the same year, Steven Soderbergh's crime comedy thriller Ocean's 12 in 2004, Lawrence Johnson's capture film The Brothers Bloom in 2008, Mike Nichols Dickens' film adoption of Greats Exceptions in 2012, and Emma Thompson's biography film L.V. Gray in 2014. He's also known for voice performance in the animated films such as The Tale Distributed in 2008 and Pixar's Brave, which I saw in theaters in 2012. Now, for that, I think I have enough reading for depth topics like this. He was born, I'm not going to read his early life education, his career. Let's move on to his personal life and death, okay? He was married to Royal Journal on December 11th, 1999. The couple has 2 children, son Spencer in 1992, daughter Alice in 1998. They both separated in 2003, later divorced. He was suffering from arthritis in later life. He said he was in closet pain all day in 2016, and for 2019 he was employed in a wheelchair. During the campaign for 2014 Scottish Independent Reformation, something like that, he voiced a coalition support for the independents, stated that I initially like to be independent, but only independent Labour Scotland. He died from Sport Valley Hospital at Labour earlier yesterday. He was 72 years old. and have been ill health for 2 years. Now, my last topic has to do with Jan Robson. He was American. She was American. He was American actor. Excuse me. Okay, anyway. He was born in East Meadow, New York on June 14th, 1954. Jen's voice was been heard in thousands of commercials, films, and television shows. Films such as series. For many years, Jen was a member of the Johnny Carson's Mike Carson art players, performing on camera sketches, as well as providing voices of answering machines, cash registers, and other animated objects for Johnny sketches. On one of the most famous roles, and other including providing the voice of Larry Laughter in Western The Suit Series 6, Shape Up and Slip Up, Leisure Suit variant as well for sales like that, Leisure Suit Larry's Casino, and several more of these films he made. And most recently, Jen's voice can be heard on Pixar cartoon shorts, and as well as Toy Story 3, Up and Wally, and many more. Some of this anime dubbing on camera work, who he also met with the name Stanley Guard Jr. It was best known as voicing Tanza Shoma from Akira, the streamlined dub for Orient Pictures, under that name. He's also the voice of Horace, the preschool series Slim Pig. In 1988, Robson was the first contestant champion on Blackout. In 2013, he was part of the role of Tasso Swimmer in the Crisis review of Akira. He resided in Sauk Spring Island, British Columbia, Canada, and divided work between Bradshaw and Los Angeles Productions. He died on yesterday. He was 68 years old. And that's all it is. We're going to do a moment's silence reflection on these 17 death topics I read. Right now, shall we? See what we got for us. Thank you. Rest in peace to 17 people who are died instantly. That's the final part of these death topics I read, because I was originally going to do these 2-part episodes, but eventually I'm doing one because I was too busy, unfortunately. Now, I'm moving on to Cartoon Network. It's not dead, says Warner Bros., but the future is uncertain, okay? That's my first topic out of the 2. Anyway, Warner Bros. Animation and Cartoon Network Studios will be brought under one division, but brands will stay distinct, okay? On Wednesday, Warner Bros. Television Group laid off 82 staffers across scripted, unscripted, and animation divisions. Warner Bros. Aggression confirmed at Polygon that the company will leave 43 that currently on field productions empty. While the 3 brands labeled Warner Bros. Animation, Cartoon Network Studios, and Hanna-Barbera Studios Europe remain distinct, WBA and CNS development and production teams will be brought under one division. According to Deadline, Warner Bros. Has also stepped back on its initial division to start the Warner Bros. Television Workshop, which was designed to foster new talent and provide a pipeline that many of the animation industries have been cited as available in helping murder careers and breaks into a highly commercial field. With the workshop will move the Discovery Strategy Equality and Innovation Unit. These changes, Cartoon Network Studios come at a time when some of the cartoons has already been. I'm sorry in the background noise. Anyway, already become harder to track down and watch. The cost also climbed into heels on Discovery's Equation and Warner Media from AT&T. HBO Max and Discovery Plus is also said to become one streaming service in 2023. having taken over in April, CEO David Zaslav, something like that, was very red Discovery, supposed to cut $3 billion with the company, and he's taking an aggressive approach to get there. He has made good promise in mainly the radio, the genre entertainment. In August, Discovery laid off 14% of HBO Max staff and canceled the Batgirl movie. Wow. Later that month, beloved cartoons was yanked from HBO Max, dissolving the cartoons' careers. Dozens of Sesame Street episodes were taken off the streaming platform, and other shows were totally removed, including the fan favorite OKKO, Let Be Heroes, and as well as Infinite Train, which ran for 4 seasons, is longer airing on Cartoon Network. It can luckily be found on a number of streaming services. Other shows like Summer Camp Island and Victor and Fantino still air on Cartoon Network, even though you can't find them on HBO streaming service app. Okay. According to Fidelity, output remained the same, following WENA and Cartoon Network Studios. Considering the response to the animation industry's designation and finance had but not been harmonic, Cartoon Blue declared the studio's gone, which inspired pushback of the Cartoon Network staffer. Paul Griffin spoke at Warner Bros. Respondent who said CNS is not disappearing whatsoever, and that is still a main project in development. The real question is how the joint division will be priorities, which more or less depends on what viewers actually watch and what the comedy deems fulfillable. Mostly digging into each respective animated studios back in what catalog hiding to the difference between the two over the years. A difference may have grew up with watching the den over Cartoon Network's bench rates, cartoon blocks, because easily and eventually, even before commission and layoffs, it's hard to know how the two studios will come over together. Initially, however, after these layoffs, they have left so many talented employees jobless. Warner Bros. Animation created some real good gems, including, especially in the 1950s and 60s, including Tom and Jerry, Wall-E Coyote, the Wild Warner, the Flintstones, Scooby-Doo, and of course, Looney Tunes. But over the years, WEBA has sealed the familiar format, more or less rehashing its classic IPs and areas of them on Cartoon Network. As a kid, I tuned into the watch series of Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes, and Tom and Jerry. And as an adult, I can still watch them as essential characters, not just through reruns, which I saw as a kid before. But I branched on that in 2004 because too Disney these days. Anyway, while Warner Bros. Animation's imprint feels in prediction of the past, Cartoon Network Studios have produced cinematic groundbreaking shows of the course of time that also have stood the test of time. Yes, there are reboots. Most of Cartoon Network's industry incredibly popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. Series like Powerpuff Girls and numbers and mentions of Ben 10. I've seen Powerpuff Girls, it's a piece of Ben 10 for me. Anyway, there's also bangers and plenty of shifting programs and shows that all go action good team Powerpuff Girls, of course. The shows that took cues of anime, like Samurai Jack, of course. And that's not all. That's not to mention Cartoon Network's Termite Block, which I'm not a huge fan of, unfortunately. But except for the show reboot, if you watch the remix. Anyway. Which introduced numbers of kids in the U.S. and anime who comes from capitalized Western audience. I'm not a huge fan of Pokemon, unfortunately. Which aired Pokemon for many years. No. Stop. Anyway, CNS was also a few major animation studios with spotlight queer characters in the 2010s. The curated spotlights romances laying the groundwork of the other animated shows like Adventure Time, which I saw as a kid, or as an adult, late early teens, which debuted in the 2010s, which ran for 10 seasons, which only recently available for payoff for the bundle romance inspired between Princess Bubblegum and Mars Lamb. February, May 2011's Go With Me, Princess Bubblegum later sleeves from Mars Lamb's shirt. Wow. The show's 2018 finale seals the deal with a kiss. 2013's Steven Universe would go on to become one of the most beloved and initial political commentary queer cartoons with the cast of non-binary special gems. Non-binary gay characters in the wedding episode. Wow. Steady trickle of LGBTQ plus anime television that can now be found across with streaming services such as these Cartoon Network Studio Titans. Warner Bros. Owns of Velma as a lesbian. Wow. Like a player I've been unthinkable years ago. Even as Haley Cradle called Lesbian Jesus by her fans. Wow. Portrayed her as made for television films that aired 2009 until 2010. Though CNS does still exist after the combination, layoffs has been very real consequences, according to the Daily Beast, something like that. Sorry about that, everyone. The large number of HBO executives laid off in August were people of color. Former Warner Bros. Employees speculate to the Daily Beast at the time was this due to an ideological shift, okay? With content steered towards the less deserved and more middle American audience. We're seeing changes at the animation studio. We're known for the forward-thinking programming Al, WBA, and CNS, who work together to open question, as well as whatever unforgettable envelope-pushing cartoons were made in the property as a comment made with a luxury bill on really entertainment. I don't know. We'll see. Now, before I move on to my last topic, I'm going to read you one thing from my LJP CBM group, okay? And that is good news for everyone. We're celebrating L4G 25K PR TV is celebrating 1,000 subscribers as of 2 hours ago. You know, we already read some death topics. Now we celebrate the 1,000 subscribers. I want to congratulate Alex Perez on my birthday, my already 26th birthday present. 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for Alex. Do appreciate it. I'm going to say congrats in this comment area below. So there you go. That's not the real topic, but you know, that's just me. I want to say this, okay? Cartoon Explosion, okay? I'm going to do something very, Cartoon Explosion, seen here. It has a new look, original new relaunch special on Remix Palm channel. Remix Palm thing. If you watch this remix, get ready, because Cartoon Explosion official relaunch logo is here. And it came out 2 days ago. So, nearly 3 days ago. So, there you go on that. And, yeah, be lookout for that. And, there you go. Now, my last topic is about Power Rangers officially retiring its original 90s Red Power Ranger. Now, Jason Lee Scott, aka the Red Ranger, has been a member of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers since the 90s series. And now is officially retiring. After decades of protecting the universe, throughout this commission of the Mighty Morphin Grid, the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers original 90s Red Ranger, right? Jason Reese Scott is officially retiring. It's a very heartfelt goodbye that the character deserved. Jason Reese Scott was introduced in the first episode of the live-action series Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Lightning Spell featured Rangers, but Jason was a student at Angel Grove High School, who was called upon being known as Zordon, to escape the duty and responsibility of being a Power Ranger, to awaken the powerful villain, Repulsa. To become a Ranger, Jason, like the rest of hand, be connected with what known as the Morning Grid, okay? Which is supposed to be Ranger's power. While Morning's Grid had given Jason to him, the ability to initially become a cosmic superhero. There's one downside of the connection, which is to explore the latest in addition to Power Rangers Roar, okay? In Boom Studio, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers number 100 by Ryan Pirates. Melissa Randall and Margarita Jason has powers in the evil initially known as the Dark Ranger. Wow. And Jason was the only one. Both Zach Tyler and Trinity Buquan was also overtaken by the Dark Ranger's influence. But Jason stood up and who was a Death Ranger Prime's host. Using Jason's body with the connection with the Morphin Grid, the Death Ranger was rose up by the army of the dead on the Fallout planet with the intention of using his space armies to destroy the universe. So Mighty Morphin Power Rangers who have been fed with the Death Ranger's influence. Power to stop them. In the end, however, there was only one Ranger who has the ability to stop the Dark Ranger. That person was Jason. Okay? But the price he had to pay was to get. The Red Ranger's promised to save the Power Rangers universe, saying this. This Dark Ranger is their army, whereas to climb the Power Rangers, Jason the Power Rangers Ollie, Andros served Jason's connection to Morphin Grid, which in turn serves the Dark Ranger's connection to Morphin Grid, as well as the unfortunately this means Jason has forever lost his ability to transform into the Red Ranger. While that is a sad to give Jason's history, it's one of the common member of the Power Rangers give since the 90s, Jason seemed ready to hang up as all up. Well, it finally came. For some time now, Jason has given one to spend time with his family and his career, and the Power Rangers constantly got his way of that. Now, Jason's probably able to be what those he cares the most. Now, not only was Jason ready to retire with the Power Rangers, but he constantly went out with a bang. By facing his power and his title as the Red Ranger, Jason finally saved the entire universe of the Dark Ranger. Okay? Who was initially leading out with Jason's connection to the Morphin Grid, which is not a bad way to say goodbye to an iconic hero. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers eventually retired the original 90s Red Ranger. While that may be the magical punch in the gut for some fans like me, which is way back in the 90s or back in the 2000s, I've watched him in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the very first season. That was it, and then in Jax and Power Rangers Generations. That was it. Anyway, who hasn't followed the series since they were kids. Jason Lee Scott's retirement was done the best in the one most iconic way possible. And that was the end of the topics for right now. Now let's move on to fun facts of the week, which is the 9th January 6th public hearings of United States House the Select Committee of January 6th attack. Now, this happened earlier this week, and occasionally, the 9th one came that Thursday. It was 1 p.m., and it's on C-SPAN, and you go ahead and check it out. And one more I'm going to read you is one thing. It's on Peacock called, and I'm gonna explain it to you now. I'm not going to read you all, but anyway, it's called I Love You, You Hate Me. I'm not going to get any spoilers this one, so I'm going to give you a little detail on what is the documentary about. Now, it is about the documentary behind Barney, okay? One of my childhood favorite shows as a kid, and since Barney lived in New York City, okay? Now, what is it about, you may ask? It's a rise and fall about Barney's backlash, okay? It's on Peacock right now. Go check it out, Barney fans, if you're watching this. So there you go. That was this Crazy Bunch's web show episode number 74. That's it for the fun facts of the week. Anyway, stay tuned. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned. Next one's going to be episode 75 coming next week, right after I'm done with my Comic EmpireCon thing. Now, excuse me, I got export this and after we're done with the game segments, and then what we're going to do is maybe just complete one more thing. Make one project for Alex Paris in celebration of the 25 KPR TV's 1,000 subscriber special. Till next time, Sue Jones, Bobby, baby. Good more videos to pursue. Till Wednesday, out. See ya.